Similar to natural theology, Englishtism, which was strongly influenced by the Enlightenment, also attempted to arrive at knowledge of God by purely rational means. In the case of John Locke, this was still paired with the acceptance of Christian revelation. However, this was soon subject to critique. Thus Thomas Woolston advanced the notion that the miracles of Jesus and his resurrection were not to be taken literally but allegorically, which was not at all possible given the contradictory nature of the reports on the miracles. Due to this conception, he was sentenced to prison in 1729 for blasphemy. Finally, David Hume, from a radical empiricist standpoint, criticized both rationalism and thus the possibility of rational knowledge of God as well as belief in revelation. He regarded the miracles that were supposed to prove the truth of Christian revelation as being in contradiction to natural law. Since the acceptance of natural law is based upon multiple experiences and miracles and revelation upon the testimony of a few people, it's more probable that these people were mistaken or deceived. Englishtism, which assumed the existence of a creator God, but denied that this God directly intervened in the course of the world or revealed himself directly to human beings, had a strong influence upon the French Enlightenment. Voltaire, who had sharply criticized the Church and Christian dogma, still held to the notion of a supreme being whose eternal moral laws are owed obedience by humanity, whereby the observance of these moral laws benefits human beings to the extent that they guarantee a tolerable coexistence. In the case of Paul Henry Thierry de Holbach, whose engagement with the natural sciences led him to a materialist and deterministic understanding of nature, the confrontation with deism culminated in an explicitly atheistic position. He attempted to refute the rationalist proofs of God's existence and interpreted religion as the result of insufficient human knowledge of nature, human fear, and conscious manipulation by clerics. He only dared to publish his main work, The System of Nature, which Marx also cited in his dissertation manuscript in 1841, under a pseudonym. In Germany, the Enlightenment promoted a critique of the Bible that made use of historical critical methods. The same methods of philological investigation applied to other historical texts were applied to biblical texts. In the case of Johann Salomo Semler, this led to the conception that the canon of the New Testament could not be the result of divine inspiration. Rather, the canon was an item that had grown historically, so that the texts could also contain contradictions and mistakes. Furthermore, Semler made a fundamental distinction between the Old and New Testaments. He regarded them as the results of two different religions. With Christianity, he tried to separate its core, a series of spiritual moral propositions, from its contemporary accoutrements. Among the latter, he counted not only the belief in the devil and demons, but also the notion of the Messiah transferred onto Jesus. In neology, that is, the new version of Protestant theology influenced by Enlightenment, this historical critical view of the Bible was continued. As a result, central dogmas from the idea of original sin through the doctrine of the Trinity up to Jesus's nature as both God and man were questioned, and Christianity was understood primarily as an ethics. Riem Arou's Lessing and the Fragments controversy. Neology and the historical critical reading of the Bible had provoked criticism by the old Protestant orthodoxy. However, the most important theological dispute in Germany in the 18th century was ignited by the posthumously published texts of Hermann Samuel Riem Arou's, who was already mentioned in the last chapter because of his book on the artistic instincts of animals. During his lifetime, the Hamburg Orientalist had only made his mark in the field of religion with a deist text, Treatise on the Most Noble Truths of Religion, in which he wished to refute atheism and say something about the existence and properties of God in a purely rational manner. Since Riem Arou's avoided an open critique of belief in revelation, and the properties of God he identified converged with many elements of Lutheran dogma, the text enjoyed the approval of Lutheran Orthodoxy. 185. In contrast, his Apology, or protective brief for rational worshippers of God, on which he had worked from the middle of the 1730s until his death, constitutes the most comprehensive text-critical examination of the Bible to date. Riem Arou's justified his undertaking by the fact that we have no direct knowledge of Christian revelation, that revealed scripture has been handed down by humans, so that the possibility of error and fraud exists. As a criterion of verification, he wishes to use natural religion, that is, what people can say about God on the basis of pure reason. In his examination of both the Old and New Testaments, however, the concern is not only compatibility with natural religion. Marx used both the contradictions within the texts as well as those between different texts, criticized obviously implausible representations, and pointed out Jewish linguistic customs and conceptual worlds that give certain terms like Son of God or the invocation of God as Father different meanings than those attributed to them by Christian dogma. From his extensive discussion, Marx concluded that Jesus was not at all both God and human and also not the founder of a new religion. Rather, he advocated for a renewal of Judaism. The kingdom of God that Jesus was striving for in the near future was nothing other than the re-establishment of Jewish rule in Palestine. Regarding the story of the resurrection, the reports in the Gospels were so contradictory that they couldn't be true at all. Marx concluded that the story of the resurrection was a conscious deception by disappointed disciples, as a means of coping with the defeat of the political project for which they had been striving. Marx, who only showed the various drafts of his text to close friends, made no attempts to publish it. He would have certainly lost his position as professor at the academic gymnasium in Hamburg, and probably would have been tried in court. Gottfried Ephraim Lessing, who had been a librarian since 1770 at the Ducal Library in Wolfenbüttel, first published the total of 7 pieces of text from the Apology between 1770 and 1778 as fragments by an anonymous writer. By presenting the texts as the manuscript of an unknown author discovered in the library, he not only protected Reimarus's family, but could also get around the censorship, since he enjoyed freedom from censorship for the publication of library manuscripts. That Marx is the author of the fragments was definitively confirmed at the beginning of the 19th century, when a more comprehensive excerpt from the Apology was published. The Apology was published in complete form in 1972, more than 200 years after its writing. The publication of the fragments ignited a fierce controversy, the most important protagonists of which were the Hamburg pastor Johann Melchior Goes and Lessing. Goes attacked the anonymous author and Lessing as his editor from the standpoint of Lutheran orthodoxy. Lessing defended Marx, without, however, promoting the same position. Marx and orthodoxy were both in agreement that the truth of the Christian religion could only be guaranteed by the truth of the Bible as divine revelation. Whereas orthodoxy wished to maintain both, Marx disputed the historical truth of the Bible and as a consequence the truth of Christianity, so that he ultimately held to a purely deistic notion of God. Lessing, in contrast, separated the letter of the Bible from Christianity, which led him to the statement that contingent truths of history can never become the proof of necessary truths of reason. If Christianity were actually true, then its truth must be accessible as an inner truth independent of all historical events, whether or not they contain miracles. This thought would also play a central role in Hegel's philosophy of religion. Since the fragments controversy was conducted with rising intensity and made increasingly big waves, in 1778 the Duke of Braunschweig-Wolfenbüttel revoked Lessing's freedom from censorship for library manuscripts, so that he was not able to publish any further fragments. At the same time, he banned Lessing from publishing on topics having to do with religion, so that he could no longer express himself within the fragments controversy. Condemned to silence on the terrain of theology, Lessing answered on the terrain of the literary. In 1779, he published Nathan the Wise. Lessing's most famous drama propagated religious tolerance and found no essential differences between the 3 great monotheistic religions. It memorialized his friend Moses Mendelssohn, the most important representative of the Jewish Enlightenment, in the form of the character Nathan. The views presented in this drama are partially a result of the fragments controversy. Lessing, who died just 2 years after the publication of Nathan, provided occasion after his death for a fierce philosophical controversy. He had confessed to being a Spinozist to Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, which Jacobi disclosed after Lessing's death in his book on Spinoza. This book, in which Jacobi criticized rationalism and wished to demonstrate in particular that Spinoza's pantheism leads necessarily to atheism, ignited a debate that has gone down in the history of philosophy as the pantheism controversy, and which had the effect that once again Spinoza was debated in Germany. A good 80 years later, in the afterword to the second edition of Capital, Marx hints at this debate when remarking mediocre epigones who now talk large in educated German circles began to take pleasure in treating Hegel in the same way as the good Moses Mendelssohn treated Spinoza in Lessing's time, namely as a dead dog. 186. From the parallel that Marx constructs, one can conclude that he valued Spinoza just as highly as he did Hegel. That is remarkable, since explicit references to Spinoza in Marx's work are rather rare, albeit consistently positive. For Protestant theology in Germany, the fragments controversy was a profound rupture. Rehm Arus had not only rebutted individual reports of miracles, rather, his critique aimed at asserting that biblical texts were anything but evidence of divine inspiration. The naive dogmatism, which concluded that the canonical scriptures were directly true on the basis of their divine inspiration, was fundamentally called into question. There was now no way around a historical critical consideration of the Bible, which in the 19th century made possible comprehensive research into the life of Jesus according to historical critical standards. Reimarus's apology also had an influence reaching far beyond inner theological debates. Thus Karl Gutzkow, in his 1835 novel Wally, Die Zweifelerin, has his protagonist read Reimarus's text, which strengthens her religious doubt. It was this novel that provided the occasion for the ban on the writings of the Young Germany group, because they supposedly attacked religion and destroyed all morality. Kant's separation of belief and knowledge. Against the background of Reimarus's critique of belief in revelation and a historical critical dissection of the Bible, those who wished to hold on to both central motifs of the Enlightenment as well as Christianity, justifying the latter in terms of pure reason, that is, independent of any revelation, had to gain enormous importance. Precisely such rational justifications for God's existence, such as the ontological proof of God, which from our notion of a perfect being concludes that it exists, since it would otherwise not be perfect, were, only a few years after the fragments controversy, subjected to a devastating critique by Immanuel Kant. In his dissertation, Marx would deal with this critique and curtail it in one aspect. In his critique of pure reason, Kant made clear that what can be known by pure reason, that is, mere thought independent of any experience, is limited to two areas, to formal sciences like geometry and arithmetic, and to the fundamental apparatus of categories with which all experiential knowledge is structured, such as quality, quantity, causality, etc. Neither in the formal sciences nor in this categorical apparatus did Kant see a conscious creation by human beings, rather, for him they were the expression of the structures of human intuition and human understanding. These structures could be recognized by human reason, insofar as the latter inquired into the conditions of possibility of experiential knowledge, which is exactly what Kant undertook in his critique of pure reason. Traditional metaphysical statements, such as those concerning the presence of human free will, the existence of God, and the immortality of the soul, thus do not refer to objects of experience. They cannot be investigated with the means of empirical sciences, nor do they belong to the apparatus of categories of understanding. Thus, they also cannot be objects of pure reason. They are objects of thought, but they are not accessible to scientific knowledge. Kant does not conclude that they are therefore superfluous. God, free will, and an immortal soul cannot be proved scientifically, but they are necessary regulative ideas that serve our orientation in the world. Kant further followed this way of treating religious questions, which is only briefly outlined in the Critique of Pure Reason, in his justification of moral philosophy in the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals and the Critique of Practical Reason. An act is only moral, according to Kant, if it is determined by moral law, thus following obligation. However, the requirement that moral law be objective and universally valid does not entail any specific content. Moral law merely says that one's own guiding principles have to be generalizable. Kant's famous categorical imperative is therefore, act only in accordance with that maxim through which you can at the same time wish that it become a universal law. Now, Kant wanted to demonstrate further that it was a necessary law for rational beings. As distinct from mere things, which only have a relative purpose, namely as a means for something else, a rational being, having a will, exists as an end in itself, not merely as a means to be used by this or that will at its discretion. Therefore, the categorical imperative can also be formulated as follows: so act that you use humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, always at the same time as an end, never merely as a means. 4 years before the French Revolution, Kant had thus found a classical formulation for the anti-feudal/bourgeois conception of equality: every human being is to be treated equally as an end in itself. However, Kant did not raise the question of which social relations prevent this. Just 60 years later, in the contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, the young Marx placed at the center of focus exactly that which Kant left out, and formulated the categorical imperative to overthrow all relations in which man is a debased, enslaved, forsaken, despicable being. Proceeding from moral law, Kant constructs freedom of will, the immortality of the soul, and the existence of God as postulates of practical reason. In doing so, he made use of, to put it briefly, the following considerations. Since moral law includes a should, we must conclude a can, and thus postulate human free will. The correspondence of the will with moral law is an endless task, it assumes an endless perfection, so that we must conclude from it an endless duration of the moral subject, thus the immortality of the soul. Since perfected virtue can only be thought of with bliss as its consequence, but no entity other than God is capable of guaranteeing this bliss, we are forced to postulate the existence of God. Whereas the strict separation of belief and knowledge undertaken in the critique of pure reason, and therefore the critique of all natural theology, displayed great persuasive power, this was not the case to the same extent for the postulates grounded in Kant's moral philosophy. The part of Kant's philosophy that displaced religion from the domain of knowledge developed a far greater influence than the part that attempted to conquer new terrain for religion in moral philosophy. Further discussion led to the conception advanced by Friedrich Karl Forberg that the existence of God does not at all have to be necessarily postulated, a position branded immediately as atheistic. Forberg had published his text in 1798 in the Philosophisches Journal edited by Fichte and Needhammer. Fichte, who did not share Forberg's position but stated in the debate that the moral order is the true belief and promoted a notion of God that was no longer that of the personal God, was soon drawn into the vortex of this atheism dispute. He was indicted for the spread of atheist ideas and had to give up his professorship in Jena in 1799.187, although Fichte again obtained a professorship in Erlangen in 1805 and was appointed to the newly founded University of Berlin in 1810. The atheism dispute had made clear that the suspicion of promoting atheist positions was still sufficient to endanger one's academic existence. Fear of such a danger also played a role for Hegel in the 1820s. Supernaturalism, theological rationalism, and Schleiermacher's theology of feeling. In the period after Kant, two currents in German Protestantism stood opposed to each other, supernaturalism and rationalism. Supernaturalism saw supernatural, divine revelation as the foundation of religion. This revelation was found in the Bible. But instead of merely asserting, as earlier Lutheran orthodoxy did, that biblical texts were divinely inspired, it saw its task as proving the historical credibility of the Bible, which was really a way of posing the task that shows the influence of the Enlightenment. The most important representative of early supernaturalism was the Tübingen theologian Gottlob Christian Storr. In dealing with Kant-oriented fundamental critiques of the belief in revelation, he relied upon the results of Kant's philosophy: if knowledge is confined to the world of experience, and theoretical reason cannot say anything about supernatural objects, then it also cannot be used to reject revelation. Storr agreed with Kant that practical reason forces us to postulate the supernatural. He is thus able to conclude that biblical doctrine cannot be refuted by theoretical reason, whereas it agrees with practical reason. So it's only a matter of establishing whether the texts of the Gospels are credible. Storr therefore attempts to prove that the texts of the New Testament actually originate with the apostles. The divine authority of Jesus that they attested Storr saw confirmed in the latter's moral way of life and performance of miracles, so that the character of the text as revelation is also guaranteed. In Tübingen in the early 1790s, Storr was one of the theological teachers of Schelling, Hölderlin, and Hegel, all of whom, under the influence of Kant's philosophy and the enormous impression of the French Revolution, nonetheless had no sympathy for his supernaturalism. Probably stimulated by these discussions, in 1793 Hegel started composing his first theological drafts, in which a number of extremely critical remarks on traditional Christianity can be found. In a letter to Schelling from April 16, 1795, he states in summary, "Religion and politics have joined hands in the same underhanded game. The former has taught what despotism willed, contempt for the human race, its incapacity for any good whatsoever, its incapacity to be something on its own." In 1795, Hegel even wrote a life of Jesus that summarized the reports from the Gospels, but left out all stories of miracles, including the resurrection. However, these drafts, first published in 1907 by Hermann Nohl, had no influence upon the debates of the 19th century. Schelling's first publications also arose against the background of the debate between Kantian criticism and supernaturalism. Both his text on the eye and his philosophical letters on dogmatism and criticism were quoted by Marx in 1841 in his doctoral dissertation. Opposed to supernaturalism was theological rationalism. It did not contest revelation, however, it regarded reason as the guiding principle for the credibility of the content of revelation. The most important representative of this rationalism was Heinrich Eberhard Gottlob Paulus, who had been a professor at the University of Heidelberg since 1811. Paulus assumed that the scriptures of the Bible were based upon true events, but he attempted to free them of anything miraculous. According to Paulus, the evangelists testified to what they had actually seen, but since they did not know the natural foundations of what they observed, they believed in God's direct intervention. Paulus attempted to find a rational explanation for every apparent miracle. Thus, he understood the resurrection of Jesus as a recovery from an apparent death. The real death of Jesus occurred later without witnesses, so that the disciples glorified their last encounter with him as his heavenly ascension. Paulus also did not understand Jesus's death as a sacrifice for humankind's sins. Rather, the crucifixion stands for Jesus remaining true to his convictions to the last. Like many representatives of theological rationalism, Paulus also tended toward liberal ideas and criticized the Restoration that set in the 1820s. This led to a quarrel with Hegel, with whom he'd had friendly relations during his time in Heidelberg. Paulus saw in Hegel's philosophy of right a justification of the Restoration in Prussia. In a review, he sharply attacked Hegel, who resented this, since he could assume that Paulus of all people should know him better. In spite of all antagonisms, both supernaturalism and rationalism maintained that faith was based upon certain tenets. Opposed to this was the theology of feeling, with its most important exponent, Friedrich Schleiermacher. It based belief not upon understanding but upon feelings. Schleiermacher distinguished self-activity by humans from mere receptivity, the mere receptiveness for other things. Whereas the feelings involved with self-activity are based in a feeling of freedom, the feelings that accompany receptivity are based in a feeling of dependence. Our consciousness of being in the world is therefore always connected to feelings of freedom and dependence. We cannot have a feeling of unconditional and complete freedom because for one thing our self-activity is always directed toward an object that exhibits its own properties, and for another, because we do not completely posit our self-activity on our own, it does not originate completely with us. Schleiermacher concluded that with the negation of a feeling of complete freedom, there is a feeling of complete dependence. However, the other upon which we are dependent cannot be the world, since we have a partial feeling of freedom with regard to it. But if that on which we are absolutely dependent is not the world, then it must be God. Therefore, our relationship to God, our complete dependence upon Him, is shown by our own feelings. For Schleiermacher, Christianity was determined by Jesus as a figure of redemption, whereby he oriented to the Gospel of John, which he regarded as the direct testimony of the Apostle. If the historical figure Jesus is the Redeemer, then he does not himself require any redemption, so that he is distinct from all human beings. Schleiermacher therefore understands the appearance of Jesus as divine revelation. Nothing supernatural is necessary for that. Like the rationalists, Schleiermacher also sought rational explanations for the miracles and the resurrection, which he also regarded as a recovery from an apparent death. The actual miracle for Schleiermacher was Jesus' spiritual influence. For Protestant theology, hardly any other theologian of the 19th century had as great a significance, in the 20th century as well, as Schleiermacher. Hegel's philosophy of religion and the debates of the 1830s. The previous outline should make clear how strongly the belief in revelation, at least at the philosophical level, was shaken by the theological debates of the 18th century. Supernaturalism and theological rationalism offered less than convincing solutions. Schleiermacher's theology of feeling showed one way out, but only by giving up the claim to a rational knowledge of religion. The relation between religion and philosophy in Hegel's work. Hegel was not willing to accede to such a shift in terrain. He did not dispute that religion was connected with feelings, but he maintained that feelings say nothing about the truth content of what is felt. 188 Hegel wanted to overcome this split between belief and knowledge brought about by the Enlightenment, without curtailing the possibility of rational knowledge even on the terrain of religion. Knowledge of God was not only integrated into Hegel's philosophical system, in a certain way, it was the highest aim of his philosophy. But the question arose quickly as to whether this philosophically recognized God still had anything to do with the personal God of Christianity. Hegel's philosophical defense of Christianity was a critique of the customary form of Christianity, which brought him hostility from opposing sides. For Orthodox theologians, Hegel's philosophy of religion was too critical of religion, whereas later the critics of religion accused him of having adapted too much to religion. Hegel determined the relation between religion and philosophy at a fundamental level in his Phenomenology of Spirit, which he outlined in the third and concluding section of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences. Hegel understood by the term spirit 189 not simply an endowment, but rather something active, constituting relationships, the essence of which was freedom. Hegel distinguished between subjective, objective, and absolute spirit. Subjective spirit can be understood as a form of interiority on the part of individual human beings, directed at something external and non-spiritual/mental. 190 Objective spirit refers to an objective social reality, created by individuals, but at the same time standing above them. Its manifestations are right, morality, and ethical life in family, civil society, and the state. Absolute spirit is spirit that refers to itself, spirit that has spirit as its object and recognizes itself as spirit. Spirit relating to other things can occur in fundamentally three ways: as the sensory intuition of an individual object, as representation located in time and space, as conceptual thought that produces concepts. For all three of these types of relationship, Hegel identifies a field upon which spirit relates to itself in its relationship to others. For sensory intuition, this field is art, the contemplation of the beautiful. 191 For representation, the field is religion, and for conceptually aimed thought, philosophy. The following discusses only the interrelation between religion and philosophy in Hegel's work. Hegel emphasized that religion and philosophy had the same content, but the content is presented in different ways, religion with the help of representations and images, and philosophy with the help of the concept. Within religions, there is a constant distrust of images, including the prohibition of images, but religious representations have such images as their foundation. The Bible's God is imagined as a person acting in space and time, and in particular God's incarnation is narrated as a sensory, historical story as the history of Jesus. Hegel opposed this by saying that God can only be adequately grasped in the form of thought, religious representations are only a step in that direction. In that sense, the historical critique of Christian tradition, for example the question of whether miracles actually occurred, plays no role for Hegel. But that also means that Hegel, when he speaks of the substantive identity of Christianity and philosophy, does not mean the content of a naive, pious Christianity, but a Christianity that has already been reflected upon theologically. Far more extensively than in the Encyclopedia, Hegel dealt with religion within the framework of his lectures on the philosophy of religion, which he delivered multiple times in the 1820s. These lectures were first published in 1832 within the scope of the Association of Friends edition. Philosophy of religion is enlightenment concerning what religion actually is, that is to say, according to its concept. Religion for Hegel was the self-consciousness of God. By self-consciousness, Hegel meant a consciousness of the self that can only come about in a mediated way by the relation to something else. This other, standing opposite to the infinite consciousness of God, is the finite consciousness of humans. God is self-consciousness, he knows himself in a consciousness that is distinct from him, and that is finite, human consciousness. Finite consciousness knows God only to the extent that God knows himself in it, thus God is spirit, indeed the spirit of his community. For Hegel, God and man are not two independent subjects that can either enter into a relationship or not. For Hegel, God and man are mutually interdependent. Spirit is something active that creates relationships. God as spirit is precisely this activity of going outside of oneself, of revealing oneself, of manifesting oneself. But this revelation requires another spirit to which it is revealed, and which can accept this revelation, that is, man as God's likeness. Religion is thus not only a relation of finite man to God, but also that of God to man. We have here, therefore, the religion of the manifestation of God, since God knows himself in finite spirit. Only through the relation to finite man as his other can God relate to himself. And that is just as essential for God as for man. This mutual relationship between God and man is also a matter for other religions, but, according to Hegel, only Christianity makes this relationship its own object. Christianity is therefore for Hegel the absolute religion. Hegel interprets the doctrine of the Trinity as a visual conception of this mutual relationship. God the Father produces the Son and his creation of the world in which the Son becomes the God-man and brings humanity divine revelation, so that God can think himself in the consciousness of human beings. The Son returns to the Father, but the Divine Spirit is now the Spirit of the community. That means the story of Son, Father, and Holy Spirit, the three that are in fact one, is the vivid presentation of the outlined philosophical concept of God, where God is Spirit knowing himself in his other. 192. Hegel's religious philosophical conceptions were attacked early on as pantheistic. Hegel vehemently denied this attribution, but he based his rejection on a specific concept of pantheism, namely that all things without exception are regarded as divine. However, the question is justified as to whether this philosophically recognized God, for whom the self-relationship is so essential that he cannot be any God at all without the world and humans, still has to do with the Christian God. That which many Christians regard as essential is criticized by Hegel as mere representation and is dropped from the philosophical reconstruction. In the preceding outline of Hegel's views, I have relied upon the Encyclopedia and the philosophy of religion. But an adequate discussion of the relation between religion and philosophy in Hegel's work would have to begin with the science of logic, at the end of which stands the absolute idea. The limited aim of my outline, making the debates of the 1830s understandable, justifies this omission. One remark about the logic appears to be necessary, however. It's often claimed that in the logic, the study of the determinations of thought, Hegel wished to depict God's thoughts before the creation of the world. Sometimes this statement is placed in quotation marks, creating the impression that it's a quote from Hegel. If thoughts are attributed to God, then God is conceived of as a thinking person. In the introduction to the logic, however, on which the claim above is based, Hegel formulates something else. After stating logic is to be understood as the system of pure reason, as the realm of pure thought, and emphasizing this realm is truth unveiled, truth as it is in and for itself, he adds, it can therefore be said that this content is the exposition of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and of a finite spirit. So Hegel did not present the thoughts of God, but rather the essence of God before the creation of the world, and all that with the distancing addition that it can be stated that way. If, as argued in the philosophy of religion, God requires the world in order to relate to himself, so that he can be absolute spirit, then God is not at all possible before the creation of the world. The existence of a God existing before the creation of the world, however, is a central representation 193 of the Christian religion. Hegel's sentence can then be understood as a somewhat reluctantly given answer as to what remains of this representation at the level of the concept, the categories of logic, for these are also true if the world doesn't exist. However, this truth is not thought by anyone, also not by God, and Hegel does not claim this anywhere. Hegel claimed to have reconciled religion with the state of science, thus overcoming the divide between belief and knowledge. He presented himself as the better theologian, rescuing what the theologians had in part already abandoned. 194 However, in the 1820s, Hegel still feared the accusation of atheism. 195 To that extent, it was still in his interest to present himself as an orthodox Protestant. So, for example, on July 3, 1826, he wrote to August Tholick, I am a Lutheran, and through philosophy have been at once completely confirmed in Lutheranism. It was not at all a coincidence that he emphasized his Lutheranism to the pietistic Tholick. This effort also explains Hegel's positive reference to the aphorisms on non-knowledge and absolute knowledge in relation to the Christian creed by the higher regional court councillor of Naumburg, Karl Friedrich Gaskell. Gaskell had attempted, from a Protestant conservative standpoint, to prove the compatibility of Hegel's philosophy and Christianity, which Hegel, in light of the increasing attacks on his philosophy, gratefully accepted. 196. That Hegel's philosophy of religion was subject to increasingly sharp attacks over the course of the 1820s also had to do with a reversal in the intellectual climate. Prussia's reform period had been over since the early 1820s. The increasing conservatism was supported by Protestant orthodoxy and increasingly strong pietism, which focused upon the piety of the individual. Schelling too, who started teaching again in Munich in 1827, fit in well on this front, since he was now defining his philosophy as Christian philosophy. Philosophy was to find its basis in Christianity and not, as with Hegel, attempt to deduce Christianity from its concept at all. For all of them, Hegel's philosophy of religion, with its scientific claims, was a red flag. This reversal also made itself felt within the theological faculty of the University of Berlin. In 1826, Ernst Wilhelm Hengstenberg, who was close to pietism, obtained an associate professorship for the study of the Old Testament, which was turned into a full professorship in 1828 against Altenstein's resistance. Along with August Tholick, also a pietist, who taught at the University of Halle, and Ernst Ludwig von Gerlach, who soon became one of the most important Prussian conservatives, Hengstenberg founded the Evangelische Kirchenzeitung in 1827, which developed into the leading organ of early Prussian conservatism. The influence of Hegel's philosophy of religion upon Protestant theology remained limited. Among academically established theologians, it was primarily Karl Daub, a professor in Heidelberg since 1795, and Philipp Conrad Marhineck, a professor at the University of Berlin since 1811, who turned to Hegel's conception after both had initially been influenced by Schelling. Marhineck was also the editor of Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of religion in the Association of Friends edition. Wilhelm Vatka, initially a lecturer in Berlin and from 1837 a professor for the Old Testament, was also a Hegelian. In the 1830s, Ferdinand Christian Bauer, who taught theology in Tübingen and applied the historical critical method to researching the New Testament and early Christianity, also oriented toward Hegelian philosophy. Hegel's philosophy of religion also had a great influence upon the next generation of radical critics of religion. David Friedrich Strauss, Bruno Bauer, and Ludwig Feuerbach were all students of Hegel. David Friedrich Strauss and the split of the Hegelian school. The fiercest controversies about Hegel's philosophy of religion began in the 1830s. 197. An early piece of writing by Ludwig Feuerbach, who would play an important role in the debates of the 1840s, constitutes the overture for the coming storm. In 1823-24, Feuerbach had begun studying theology under Karl Daub and thereby got to know the Hegelian school. This prompted him to switch subjects. He went to Berlin to study philosophy with Hegel. In 1828, he obtained his doctorate at the University of Erlangen. As a stipendiary of the Bavarian king, he had to conclude his studies at a Bavarian university. His debut work, Thoughts on Death and Immortality, published shortly after the July Revolution and quickly banned, was strongly influenced by Hegel's philosophy of religion. Feuerbach rejected both the notion of a personal God as well as that of personal immortality. The latter, according to Feuerbach, is merely egotistical wishful thinking. Instead of adhering to such wishful thinking, man, in awareness of the finite nature of his existence, finds his way to a new, essential life. The text was published anonymously and as a result of the ban only slightly influential, and when Feuerbach was identified as the author in Erlangen, it led to him having to give up his activity as a lecturer. 198. The topics addressed by Feuerbach also remained an important object of controversy in the following years. Critics of Hegelian philosophy accused it of not being compatible with Christian conceptions of an immortal soul and a personal God, which was repudiated by representatives of the Hegelian school like Carl Friedrich Goskal. 199. An independent position that played an important role in the debates of the 1830s was developed by the so-called speculative theists 200 such as Christian Hermann Weiss, Emanuel Hermann Fichte, and Carl Philipp Fischer. They took up elements of Hegel's philosophy, but criticized that their claim of philosophically grounding the content of Christianity was not redeemed. This was particularly the case for the existence of a personal God and the immortality of the soul. Therefore, a speculative theology of their own was necessary. 201. The book The Life of Jesus, critically examined, by David Friedrich Strauss and published in 1835, became the most important point of contention in the 1830s and a rupture in the theology of the 19th century. Strauss had studied theology in Tübingen and had also already studied Hegel's work there. To deepen his studies of Hegel's philosophy, he went to Berlin in November 1831, but was only able to attend Hegel's lectures for a week, since Hegel died of cholera on November 14. But his stay in Berlin was not in vain. Before Strauss returned to Tübingen, he joined Wilhelm Vatka for the rest of the semester. Vatka, who was preparing a historical critique of the Old Testament, which was published in the same year as Strauss's The Life of Jesus but caused far less excitement. It was probably Vatka who introduced Strauss to the concept of mythos that would become central to the life of Jesus. 202. Once again back in Tübingen, Strauss held lectures on philosophy with a Hegelian orientation at the theological seminary. On the side, he worked on his book. The influence of this comprehensive work, it encompassed 2 volumes with a total of almost 1,500 pages, went far beyond the academic circles of philosophers and theologians. It was discussed well into broad swathes of the educated bourgeoisie. 203. What was so exciting about it? In contrast to some other theological contributions, the work's basic statement could be grasped easily. What the Gospels reported concerning Jesus were not historical events but the result of myth formation that began in the early Christian congregations. Despite all controversies, neither the supernaturalists nor the rationalists had called into question the historical character of the biblical narrative, but that's exactly what Strauss did, and that was the scandal. In contrast to Reimarus, who interpreted the story of the resurrection as an act of conscious deception on the part of the disciples, Strauss's concern was not with any such intentional manipulation. Strauss understood the reports of miracles and the story of the resurrection as the result of the emergence through oral tradition of history-like forms of early Christian ideas, formulated in sagas without conscious intention in the poetic process. However, this myth formation followed certain tendencies. The person Jesus was increasingly idealized and his life was adjusted to the passages of the Old Testament that were interpreted as prophecies of the Messiah. 204. The interpretation of Bible stories as myths wasn't completely new, but before Strauss it was confined to the Old Testament and only a few passages of the New Testament. What was new was the consistent application of this interpretation to central events described in the Gospels. With the life of Jesus, Strauss's aim was not a critique of Christianity. He distinguished between the life of Jesus and Jesus's preaching. He did not intend to call the latter into question. Already in the preface to his work, Strauss emphasized, "The author is aware that the essence of the Christian faith is perfectly independent of his criticism. The supernatural birth of Christ, his miracles, his resurrection and ascension, remain eternal truths, whatever doubts may be cast on their reality as historical facts." The certainty that he could hold on to eternal truths, even if they weren't historical facts, was taken from Hegel's philosophy, which distinguished between religious representations and their conceptual reconstruction, whereby only the latter, and not historical events, could demonstrate the truth of the content of religion. For Hegel and most theologians oriented to Hegel, the distinction between representation and concept justified their disinterest in historical criticism. This criticism was perceived as a limited, rationalist position. However, the distinction between representation and concept could also be radicalized in such a way that it would be completely irrelevant whether religious representations had any kind of historical events at their foundation. This is precisely the path taken by Strauss. What was new was the conclusion drawn at the end of his deliberations, that the properties attributed in legendary form to Jesus as a God-man, namely of being the incarnation of the unity of man and God, could not accrue to any individual human being, but only to humanity as a whole in its development. In light of the restorative tendencies of the time, this thought had considerable explosive political power. In 1833, Friedrich Julius Stahl published the second part of his Philosophy of Right, in which, referring to Schelling's Christian philosophy, he justified absolute monarchy by analogy to the rule of God. But if this God is not incarnated in an individual God-man, but only in the entire human species, then Stahl's justification of absolute monarchy was invalid. Strauss's book led to a flood of angry critiques and replies. Shortly after the publication of the first volume, Strauss lost his teaching position at the Tübinger Stift and was transferred to a gymnasium. When in 1839 he finally obtained a professorship at the University of Zurich, this led to such massive protests, primarily by the rural population, that Strauss was retired before he even began to hold lectures. Strauss did not receive any further appointments. 205. It's clear why Strauss would be attacked by supernaturalists, theological rationalists, and the conservative Lutherans around Hank Stenberg's Evangelische Kirchenzeitung. But representatives of the Hegelian school also criticized Strauss harshly. In that case, the fact that Strauss served the conservative opponents of the Hegelian school as a prime example for the ominous consequences of this philosophy played a role. Those Hegelians seeking a balance between Hegel's philosophy and Protestantism had to therefore make clear that Strauss could not rightly appeal to Hegel. In the Streitschriften published in 1837, Strauss dealt extensively with his critics from the Hegelian school. With regard to Christology, Strauss distinguished between a Hegelian right, a Hegelian center, and a Hegelian left. He regarded the position on the historicity of the Gospels as the central criterion for this division, either with the idea of the story of the Gospels accepted as historical fact, or only a part of it, or the idea that the history of the Gospels is not confirmed as historical fact, neither as a whole nor in part. Whoever took the first position was counted as part of the Hegelian right by Strauss, those taking the second position as part of the center, and whoever took the third position was counted as part of the Hegelian left. Strauss continued that at the moment he was the only one to take this left position, to the extent that he could be counted a part of the Hegelian school at all. Strauss did not remain the only left Hegelian, however. In the meantime, it has even become common to date the split of the Hegelian school to the debates around Strauss's Life of Jesus. Strauss's division wasn't just taken up positively in the review of his Strichschriften in the Halles-Jahrbucher. Karl Ludwig Michelet also quoted it approvingly in the second volume of his History of the Last Systems of Philosophy in Germany from Kant to Hegel, published in 1838. Michelet's word had weight. He had been a student and friend of Hegel, and for the Association of Friends edition he had edited Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy from 1833 to 1836. Michelet made Strauss's division prominent, even if one could not fail to notice a certain irony in his case. For example, he proposed an alliance of the center with the left, in order to achieve a majority. He regarded himself, Gans, and Vatka as being part of the left. The beginnings of young Hegelianism. The distinction Strauss noticed in the Hegelian school between right and left Hegelians, on the basis of controversies concerning the philosophy of religion, is usually identified with another distinction, that between old Hegelians and young Hegelians. The old Hegelians are regarded as conservative, the young Hegelians as progressive to revolutionary. Today, the descriptions right and left and old and young Hegelian, respectively, are widely regarded as synonyms. It has become just as usual to attribute to Marx and Engels a more or less pronounced young Hegelian phase. However, in the literature, there are great difficulties in substantively defining old/right Hegelianism and young/left Hegelianism, and demarcating them from each other in terms of personnel. The first is usually achieved only at a general level, and in the latter, there is hardly a consensus. It's therefore not sufficient to trace the emergence of young Hegelianism, one also has to discuss how sensible these divisions are in the first place. Arnold Ruge and the founding of the Halles-Jahrbucher. For the oppositional currents in Prussia, but also in Germany as a whole, the Halles-Jahrbucher for Deutsche Wissenschaft und Kunst played a decisive role between 1838 and the beginning of 1843.206 for the currents referred to as young Hegelianism. This was the most important publishing organ. The central figure of the Halles-Jahrbucher was Arnold Ruge, who had founded it with Theodor Ichtermeyer. Ruge, through both his editorship of the Jahrbucher as well as his own articles, soon became one of the most important people in oppositional journalism in Germany. In order to escape Prussian censorship, in 1841 Ruge moved the editorial board to Dresden in Saxony and renamed the publication Deutsche Jahrbucher für Wissenschaft und Kunst. At the beginning of 1843, the publication was also banned in Saxony. After the end of the Jahrbucher, Ruge attempted a continuation and founded, together with Karl Marx, the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, of which, however, only a single double issue was published. For a few months, there was close collaboration between Ruge and Marx, which ended in the summer of 1844. The great respect that both initially had for each other soon turned into mutual contempt. During the Revolution of 1848, Ruge belonged to the left and after the defeat of the revolution had to go into exile in England, just like Marx and Engels. In the 1860s, he supported Bismarck's project of the unification of the empire. In 1868, he read Marx's Capital and expressed himself enthusiastically concerning this epoch-making work. It's worth examining this dazzling personality in greater detail. Arnold Ruge was born on the island of Rügen, the son of an estate manager. 207 He began studying theology in 1821 at the University of Halle, but after a short time switched to philosophy. Besides Halle, he also studied in Jena and Heidelberg and was active in Burschenschaffen in both cities. Ruge also joined the secret Junglingsbund, which was founded at the suggestion of the radical Burschenschaftler, Karl Fallen. Fallen had participated in the founding of various radical student associations in 1814 to 1816, out of which the Burschenschaffen had developed. He was strongly influenced by the nationalist conceptions of Jacob Friedrich Fries and called for tyrannicide. From the Junglingsbund, he hoped for revolutionary actions against the German states, which had become increasingly repressive after the Carlsbad decrees. The goal was supposed to be a united, Republican democratic Germany. However, before the Junglingsbund could become active in any form, it was denounced, and many of its members jailed. Fallen had been forced to emigrate to the United States before that. Ruge was arrested at the beginning of 1824 and sentenced to 14 years of imprisonment in a fortress. In 1827, the sentences for the convicted members of the Junglingsbund were reduced, so that Ruge was released on January 1, 1830. Imprisonment had in no way broken Ruge. He had confronted the strains with great force of will and enthusiasm. During his imprisonment, he had the opportunity to study ancient authors, which strongly changed his political notions. I longed for Fries when I did not yet know Plato, and for Hegel since tasting the Platonic dialectic and the objective movement that he sets in motion, he wrote in a letter to Rosenkranz. Instead of the strongly anti-French nationalism of the Burschenschaffen, he now advanced an ideal of freedom and the dignity of the citizen oriented toward models from antiquity, above all Athenian democracy. After his release from prison, Ruge obtained his doctorate in 1830 in Jena with a dissertation on the Roman satirical poet Juvenal. At the end of 1831, he obtained his postdoctoral qualification in Halle with a work on Plato's Aesthetics. In Halle, he also connected with a number of instructors of about the same age, who were more or less influenced by Hegel's philosophy, among them Karl Rosenkranz, Heinrich Leo, Hermann Friedrich Wilhelm Hinrichs, Karl Moritz Fleischer, Adolf Starr, and, above all, Ernst Theodor Ichtermeyer, who had the idea of founding the Hallische Jahrbucher. 208. Ruge had to hold back with political statements at this time. He had submitted a request for rehabilitation to the government, so that after his imprisonment he could work as a lecturer, which was a civil service position. For that reason, his first articles in the Blattern für literarische Unterhaltung published by Brockhaus, in which he spoke out for freedom of the press, a constitution, and a government in the sense of the majority of people's representatives, were published anonymously. In 1831, Ruge married Louise Duffer, a wealthy heiress, which provided him with a certain level of material independence. But his young wife died in 1833, causing Ruge to largely withdraw in order to calmly wander out for 2 years into the newly discovered land of the new spirit, that of Hegelian philosophy, which he now studied in depth. I first emancipated myself to philosophical freedom with the Logic, which I read twice, he writes in the letter to Rosenkranz. But his appropriation of Hegel's philosophy did not cause him to join up uncritically with the Hegelian school. Ruge formulated a programmatic distance in his article Uncirkulert Kritisk Journalistik, which was published on August 11 and 12, 1837, in the Blatter für literarische Unterhaltung. In an overview of the various educated journals, he asked, regarding the old Hegelian Society, which published the Jahrbuch für Wissenschaftliche Kritik, whether with old Hegelian principles, one is still keeping up with the movement. It was a rhetorical question. The question had been answered by the fact that the Berlin Jahrbucher had so decisively opposed Strauss's Life of Jesus with Bruno Bauer's review of it, and Ruge's critical review of a book by the conservative Hegelian Johann Eduard Erdmann had been rejected by the Jahrbucher. 209. But Ruge wasn't the only one who doubted the Jahrbucher. Eduard Gans, a co-founder and still a member of the editorial board, had written a year before, the Jahrbucher für Wissenschaftliche Kritik have however not remained what they were initially supposed to be, but rather have completely changed their character. Instead of standing above scholarship as an organ of discussion and cohesion, they simply follow it, like every other literary newspaper. In the essay quoted, Ruge concludes from his critique that a further perfection of educated journalism would be that of addressing the spiritual life of the present in such a way that its history would be spiritually reborn, whereby the essential standpoint that the Berlin Jahrbucher has achieved through the principle of spirit should not be lost, but rather set into the correct movement, and not by old, stale authorities. A younger generation was to overcome the tendencies toward ossification of the Hegelian school, without dispensing with its achievements. That was not a vague wish for a distant future. The preparations for a new publication, which was supposed to fulfill exactly that which Ruge demanded in his article, had long since begun. 210 On August 10, 1837, a day before the first part of his article was published, Ruge announced in a letter to Adolf Starr that he would soon send him a lithographic request to found a new literary newspaper. And, considerably more boisterous than in the Blattern, Ruge wrote, "A heroic society has come together and we don't want to wait for the old ones, i.e. allow them to die naturally, rather, they have to be killed while still alive, exterminated in a literary way." In the autumn of 1837, Ruge traveled through Germany in order to win supporters for the new project. It was the period when the Göttingen Seven protested against the annulment of the constitution in the Kingdom of Hanover and were then dismissed by King Ernst August. The wave of outrage that followed also helped the new publication. 159 more or less well-known academics pledged their collaboration, though far from all of them actually provided contributions. David Friedrich Strauss was also won over, who now had at his disposal an important journal for defending his theological views. On January 1, 1838, the first issue was published by the liberal Leipzig publisher Otto Wigand, to whom Marx had once written concerning his planned Journal of Theater Criticism. The new publication was edited by Arnold Ruge and Theodor Ichtermeyer. The term Jahrbucher today usually has associations of an annually published periodical. The Hallisk Jahrbucher, in contrast, was a sheet published on 6 workdays each week. The word sheet is to be taken literally. Each edition consisted of a large sheet folded twice so that each number consisted of 4 printed pages. The content primarily consisted of book reviews, as was usual for educated papers of the time. However, characterizations of contemporary poets and scholars as well as discussions of the faculties of individual universities were also found in the Hallisk Jahrbucher, something completely new in the publication landscape. Individual articles often span 2, 3, sometimes even 4 or more issues, whereby each issue contained not just 1, but 2 or 3 articles, which were then continued the next day. The reviews often presented the contents of the books being reviewed far more extensively than is usual today, before praising or criticizing them. Frequently, debates were conducted in the form of such reviews and the responses to them. The dispute between Leo and Ruge. As noted in Chapter 1, the arrest of the Cologne Archbishop, Clemens August Droste-Zeewisching, in November of 1837 caused a considerable stir and generated a plethora of polemics. Whereas according to Prussian law, the children of mixed religion marriages were to acquire the religion of the father, Droste-Zeewisching wanted to make marriages between Catholic women and Protestant men dependent upon the Catholic bride guaranteeing in writing that the children would be raised Catholic. This would thus abolish the principle of equal treatment of both Christian denominations. In all Protestant Catholic marriages, the children would be raised Catholic. In the Catholic Rhineland, to which Prussia had sent many Protestant administrative civil servants and members of the military, who then frequently married Catholic women, such a rule would have as its consequence that many children of these pillars of the Prussian state would be Catholics. Joseph Gors, a Catholic writer who had taught at the University of Munich since 1827, published Athanasius, a polemic fiercely critical of Prussia, in January of 1838. The title was supposed to draw a parallel between Wisching and Athanasius, the Patriarch of Alexandria, who was embroiled in fierce conflicts with the Roman rulers. Athanasius quickly became the most influential piece of anti-Prussian writing, which went through 4 editions in 1838 alone. A number of authors responded to Gors. Numerous contributions were also published in the Hallisk Jahrbucher, all of which took the side of Prussia and interpreted the conflict as a necessary defense against the arrogance of a reactionary Catholicism. The historian Heinrich Leo also composed a response, his letter to Gors. Leo, a professor in Halle since 1830, had studied philosophy in the 1820s under Hegel and belonged to his broader circle of friends. In Halle, he had contact with Arnold Ruge, who initially wanted to win him over to collaborating on the Jahrbucher, for which he provided reviews. However, in the middle of the 1830s, Leo had moved in a strongly conservative and pietist orthodox direction. Leo defended the Prussian government, but in his critique of Gors, he also criticized rationalism in that it had fallen from the Reformation, like Judas from the Lord. In certain respects, Leo regarded the Catholic Church as a model. Protestantism lacks, Leo wrote to the Catholic Gors, what you have, the discipline and strict order of the Church. And finally, Leo polemicized against a liberal revolutionary party in Prussia that supposedly made worn-out commonplaces into the basis of superficial doctrines. In an extensive review of the letter in the Halleske Jahrbucher, Ruge settled accounts with Leo. Against his attempt to introduce Catholic discipline and strictness into Protestantism, Ruge emphasized that the reality of divine grace, the exclusivity of Christianity, was entrusted not to the priests, nor the saints, nor the pietists, but rather to spirit in its free development. On this basis, Ruge accused Leo of a completely unfree and corrupted conception of the Reformation. Completely in the tradition of Hegel, Ruge saw in the Reformation a breakthrough in freedom of the spirit. From this perspective, then, both Leo and Gors were men of reaction, rising up 1. Against the justification of reason, therefore crying out against enlightenment and rationalism. 2. They rise up against the German Reformation, both in its principles and its formation, contemporary religious political life in Prussia. 3. They rise up against the justification of recent history, i.e. against the French Revolution and the state formations arising from it, namely the systems of centralization, civil service, and administration, and shout about liberalism and revolution. Ruge saw the Enlightenment, Protestantism, and the French Revolution as a triad holding up the modern state, a triad to be defended against reaction. How much Ruge's critique of Leo was appreciated by progressive intellectuals is indicated by a letter from Gans to Ruge from July 15, 1838. Gans wrote that he had long wanted to express his deepest and most sincere thanks to Ruge for the manner in which you have poked the wasp's nest. We've known Leo here for years, he's a Hallerian, and could just as well be anything else according to his convictions, since he has none. 211. It did not take long for Leo to reply to Ruge. In the preface to the second edition of his letter, he turned against Ruge and his young Hegelian philosophy with a harsh tone. He protested against everything that Dr. Ruge and his consorts call science, for those who whore after it deny the God of Abraham and his incarnate Son, replacing them with a free spirit which is a bubble in which the Prince of the Abyss finds himself in. Leo emphasized that he did not wish to dispute Hegel's Christianity, but rather that of the young Hegelian gang. On the soil cultivated by Hegel, this had grown as a desolate weed. Leo's position was supported by an article in the Berlin Politisches Wochenblatt, an extremely conservative periodical founded in 1831, as its prospectus states, to oppose revolution in all of its shapes. The liberal ideas streaming into the country from France after the July Revolution were to be quelled. This paper, which had a certain influence upon the Crown Prince, warned with an anonymous article that the young Hegelians were striving for a revolution, and that the government should therefore keep an eye on them, a barely veiled demand to ban the Halleske Jahrbucher. Ruge responded in his essay, Die Denunciation der Hallesschen Jahrbucher. He accused Leo of being a dilettante in the matter of denunciation, since he was not able to explain how the harmful Hegelians deviate from the harmless ones. Against the accusation of the Politisches Wochenblatt, Ruge defended himself and the Halleske Jahrbucher with two arguments. For one thing, the task of science, and hence of the Jahrbucher, consisted in recognizing spirit, thus religion, and the state as well, as it is and has become, not how it will or should be. For another thing, a revolution is not made by an individual, rather, when it occurs, this violence of development is historically necessary. But if development is not stopped or obstructed, on the contrary, if the state has the principle of reform, as in Prussia, then there is no necessity, indeed not even a possibility, of revolution. The high estimation of Prussia was not just tactically motivated. Ruge and his companions regarded the Prussian state as a state of enlightenment and reform, even if this wasn't the line of the current government. One simply had to remind Prussia of its own characteristics to summon a change in political direction. At the time, this was the widespread belief on the part of critical intellectuals. This was also confirmed by Ruge in retrospect when he wrote that neither theological philosophy nor the conception of Prussia as the Protestant, that is to say, for us, philosophical state, was hypocrisy and pure pretense. Rather, we were truly enraptured by Hegel and the scientific freedom of men such as Altenstein, and had to first have our own school and experiences. But that went rather quickly. Leo also continued the dispute. In his brochure Die Hegeligen, he presented a collection of text excerpts that were supposed to prove that the young Hegelian party disputed the existence of a personal God and his incarnation in Christ, instead preaching atheism, and that it denied the immortality of the soul, thus promoting a religion exclusively of this world. All of this was supposedly clothed in Christianity, thereby deceiving people. Leo received support from an anonymous article in Hank Stenberg's Evangelische Kirchenzeitung, in which a good, right side of the Hegelian school was distinguished from a dangerous, revolutionary side, that of the young Hegelians. The latter were thus, as in the article from the Politisches Wochenblatt, branded as subversive. The expansion of the combat zone, Ludwig Feuerbach's first critiques of Hegel, the Manifesto against Romanticism, and the first open critique of Prussia. The dispute between Ruge and Leo led to a number of further publications by various authors. 212 Thus, Eduard Meyen published a brochure, Heinrich Leo, der Verhalleerd Pietist, 213, a reference to the conservative legal scholar Karl Ludwig von Haller, who had converted to Catholicism. As a result of the debate, direct attacks by conservatives on Hegel's philosophy of right also multiplied. Schubarth's critique of Hegel and the response of the friend of the young Marx, Carl Friedrich Koppen, were already mentioned in the first part of this chapter. Ludwig Feuerbach also participated in the debate in 1839. As noted above, after the publication of Thoughts on Death and Immortality, Feuerbach no longer had a chance of obtaining a professorship at a German university. However, his beloved, Bertha Loh, whom he married in 1837, was the co-owner of a small porcelain factory in the village of Bruckberg in Bavaria, so that she was able to secure the family a modest livelihood and Feuerbach an existence as an independent scholar. Alongside works in the history of philosophy, Feuerbach had dealt in two comprehensive and extremely critical reviews with Friedrich Julius Stahl's philosophy of right, as well as with the Kantian critic of Hegel, Carl Friedrich Bachmann. The review of Stahl showed that Feuerbach was not the unpolitical thinker that he is even today sometimes regarded as. In December of 1838, Feuerbach had published a rather polemical article in the Hallesjahrbucher, on the critique of positive philosophy, in which he fiercely criticized the positive philosophy, often drifting into the religious, around the Zeitschrift für Philosophie und Spekulative Theologie founded by Emanuel Fichte in 1837, and in particular its notion of a personal God. Now, he offered Ruge the article The True Viewpoint from which the Leo-Hegelian dispute must be evaluated. 214 Ruge was enthusiastic about the text and made sure it was published quickly. After both parts were, on March 11 and 12, 1839, further publication was stopped by the censors. It was the first time that an article of the Hallesjahrbucher did not receive permission to publish. A few months later, Feuerbach published the entire article in Baden as an independent brochure under the title On Philosophy and Christianity in relation to the accusation made against Hegelian philosophy of being non-Christian. As the biographer of Feuerbach, Joseph Winiger, emphasizes, Feuerbach argued in a far more radical way than Ruge had done previously. For Feuerbach, the true viewpoint for evaluating the conflict was no longer the antagonism between Protestantism and Catholicism, but rather between science and religion. The accusation that Hegelian philosophy was unchristian Feuerbach rejected as not only false but nonsensical. There could be no Christian philosophy, any more than there could be a Christian mathematics or Christian mineralogy. Science and religion were not comparable, since science had thought as its foundation, whereas religion had feeling and fantasy as its basis. In the preface written for the brochure, this point was sharpened into a fundamental critique of the Hegelian philosophy of religion. According to Feuerbach, if it is asserted that philosophy and religion have the same content and only differ in form, then the inessential is made essential, and the essential is made inessential. It is precisely fantasy and feeling that constitute the essence of religion, not the content as such. In the next paragraph, Feuerbach categorically maintains, fantasy is the subjective intellectual activity that depicts things as they correspond to feeling, reason is the objective intellectual activity that depicts things as they are, without regard for the needs of feeling. The sublation of religion in philosophy for which Hegel strove was thus obsolete. Religion could only be the object of critique for philosophy, a program that Feuerbach then carried out in his Essence of Christianity. In 1839, not only Hegel's philosophy of religion, but also the Hegelian system as a whole was subjected by Feuerbach to a fundamental critique. In a total of 9 issues of the Hallesjahrbucher, Toward a Critique of Hegel's Philosophy was published between August 20 and September 9, 1839. Initially, Feuerbach attacked notions that he did not ascribe directly to Hegel, but to Hegel's students, namely that Hegel's philosophy was an absolute philosophy, a philosophy in which the idea of philosophy would be realized absolutely. Feuerbach countered this: is it at all possible that a species realizes itself in one individual, art as such in one artist, and philosophy as such in one philosopher? Hegel's philosophy was, like any other philosophy, bound to the conditions of its time, it was not without presupposition. But Feuerbach not only criticized the fiction of the beginning of Hegel's system being without presuppositions, he also emphasized that the system itself could only be the presentation for another, who is to be convinced through the medium of language. Yet Hegel abstracts from this dialogic character of philosophy. And finally, Hegel's philosophy is also subject to a reproach that must be made of all of modern philosophy since Descartes and Spinoza, namely that of an unmediated break with sensuous perceptions. Feuerbach thus indicates a few points of his later critique of Hegel that were so extraordinarily important for Marx in 1843. In 1839, however, his essay remained largely ignored. The young Hegelians had not yet come so far that they could deal with such a fundamental critique of Hegel. Also rather ignored was the book Prolegomena to a Historiosophy, published in 1838 by the Polish Count August von Tsieszkowski. A review was published in the Hallesjahrbucher, but this confined itself largely to Tsieszkowski's critique of Hegel's teachings on the ages of the world as developed in his lectures on the philosophy of history. Tsieszkowski replaced Hegel's Oriental, Greek, Roman, and Christian Germanic ages with antiquity, the Christian Germanic age as its antithesis, and the future as synthesis, the discernment of which was his primary concern. He considered the fact that Hegel did not deal with the future in his philosophy of history, as its greatest shortcoming. Tsieszkowski was not concerned with the prediction of individual events, but rather with insight into the essence of progress as such. That recognizing the future would require philosophical reflection of the act, since the act produces the future, did not yet play any role in the early reception, contrary to what Cornu suggests. It was in the 1840s that these considerations first appear to have had an influence on the young Hegelians, albeit in a more subterranean manner than through direct reference. Stuck claims that Marx's analysis in the early 1840s was dependent upon Tsieszkowski. However, Marx does not appear to have read Tsieszkowski in 1838 or later. In a letter to Engels from January 12, 1881, he remarks, "The said Count etc. did in fact once call on me in Paris, and such was the impression he made on me that I neither wanted nor would have been able to read anything whatever of his contriving." The context of this letter concerned the later economic writings of Tsieszkowski. If Marx had known of his historiosophy, he certainly would not have denied himself a comment upon it. Ruge and Ichtermeyer undertook an expansion of the combat zone in another respect. Between October 1839 and March 1840, the article Protestantism and Romanticism, Toward an understanding of the period and its antagonisms, a manifesto was published. Contemporary conflicts were interpreted as obstruction on the part of depressed spirits made anxious by dark emotions against the recently initiated last phase of the Reformation, the free formation of our spiritual reality. The darkness and depression of these spirits arose from their being rooted in Romanticism. Ruge and Ichtermeyer gave a pointed outline of the intellectual and cultural development of Germany, contrasting Romanticism as Catholic and hostile to the Enlightenment with Protestantism. The latter, at least where it was free of Catholic and reactionary elements, stood for reason, freedom of thought, and enlightenment. This principle of the Reformation could be rediscovered in its highest theoretical presentation and formation in the newest philosophy. With the juxtaposition of Reformation, Enlightenment, and Hegel's philosophy on one side and Catholicism, Romanticism, and conservative thought on the other, Ruge and Ichtermeyer took up central arguments from both Heinrich Heine's critique of Romanticism as well as his on the history of religion and philosophy in Germany. 215. However, they did not mention Heine. At this time, Ruge behaved rather negatively toward Heine. He regarded him as unserious and frivolous. 216. It was a few years later, in exile in Paris, that he learned to value Heine. 217. In contrast to Heine, Ruge and Ichtermeyer expanded the concept of Romanticism. Counting its predecessors, it was supposed to stretch from 1770 to the present of 1840. Young Germany and Neo-Schellingianism were understood as the most recent manifestations of Romanticism, and the old Hegelians as well, who were accused of behaving theoretically harmlessly and showed themselves to be Hegelians with the Romantic plate. Here it becomes clear that the critique by Ruge and Ichtermeyer was aimed primarily at the present. This was also referred to in the Indications of Philosophy Becoming Practicals, sprinkled into the last part of the text, published in 1840, stating with regard to a new praxis, this praxis is a new system, the absolute lust for action of the liberated spirit, the reformatory enthusiasm which seizes our fellow world everywhere, is not content with Hegelian contemplation. The aesthetic critique of Romanticism by Ruge and Ichtermeyer was schematic and undifferentiated in many points, a fact that did not remain hidden from their comrades in arms. 218. Nonetheless, it did not miss its aim of placing the resistance against conservative reactionary tendencies on a broader historical foundation. Ruge and Ichtermeyer in the manifesto did not reach the level of radicalism that Feuerbach demonstrated in the contributions discussed above, but they promoted their critique with a far greater vehemence and level of detail than Feuerbach, so that their public influence was correspondingly greater. The manifesto exhibits a consistently positive reference to Prussia. But before its complete publication, the article Karl Streckfuss and Prussianism was published in the Hallesjahrbucher in November of 1839, openly attacking Prussia for the first time, correspondingly causing a stir. Regarding the author, it merely stated by a Wertheimer, and many contemporaries suspected Strauss as the writer. But in fact, the article was written by Arnold Ruge. The Prussian senior government council named in the title, Karl Streckfuss, had attempted to prove in his book that Prussia did not need the constitution that had been demanded for a long time. The book by Streckfuss is of no further importance, it merely served as occasion for Ruge to formulate his critique of Prussia, which had become far more fundamental in the meantime. It had become clear that the old image of Prussia as a free and enlightenment-minded state could no longer be maintained. In his dispute with Leo, the Prussian state had positioned itself on the side of his opponents. Ruge, as a lecturer at the University of Halle, was even forbidden from attacking professors personally, which caused him to leave the university. In the Hanover constitutional conflict, Prussia had taken the side of the King of Hanover, who had abolished the constitution, thus igniting the protest of the Göttingen 7 celebrated throughout Germany. Censorship had also been intensified, there wasn't much left of the free spirit. Ruge's article on Streckfuss bears witness to a fundamental change in perspective. What was previously seen as a temporary deviation from the proper path was now considered Prussia's new path, with the Carlsbad decrees, with press censorship and the revised city ordinance of 1831, Prussia had abandoned the enlightened Protestant principle of the free spirit that cannot be patronized. Provocatively for a state that understood itself to be Protestant, Ruge formulated, Prussia as a state is still Catholic, absolute monarchy is politically completely the same as what Catholicism is religiously. In contrast, the Wertheimer argued, we non-Prussian Germans are even Protestant even in the state, we don't believe in anything in which we do not have the most vibrant share of spirit. That's why we cannot tolerate the absolute state, for we cannot stand that the state deprives us of the absolute. We must have a share in it theoretically with full public self-confidence, and practically with the freest representation, for the spirit which is in possession of the absolute is Protestantism. It was obvious that the freest representation of the citizens in the state derived from Protestantism could claim validity not just for non-Prussian Germans, but also for Prussian Germans. In other words, Ruge demanded not only freedom of the press, but also democratic state relations, if initially only by appealing to Protestantism. 219. With Ruge's Streckfuss article, a new stage of the critique of Prussia was reached at the end of 1839. In the Hallesjahrbucher of the years 1840 and 1841, further arguments were made on this basis. A last, great attempt to remind Prussia of its enlightened past was the book by Karl Friedrich Koppen on Friedrich II, already mentioned at the beginning of the chapter, which was enthusiastically celebrated in the Hallesjahrbucher. Ruge formulated his critique in an increasingly direct manner, albeit frequently in the form of reviews, disguised as accounts of other authors. Thus he took up the topic of democracy in a discussion of the works of the scholar and poet Wilhelm Heinz. With his epistolary novel Arding Hello published in 1786-87, Heinz had made the Italian Renaissance popular in Germany. As a consequence of Heinz's conception of the state, wrote Ruge, a state of human beings who are worthy of the name, perfect for all and everyone, must basically always be a democracy, and he added that philosophy had since achieved much, since the presentation of the state as constitutional self-government was its work. At the end of 1840, Ruge arrived at a critique of Hegel that wasn't as radical as that formulated by Feuerbach in 1839, but had clear philosophical consequences. Ruge accused Hegel's philosophy of right of accommodation and inconsistency. Because Hegel recognized obsolete political institutions as necessary, he constructed the state according to the pattern of past existences, instead of criticizing the contemporary ones and then allowing the demands and formation of its near future or, if you will, its present and reality spring from this critique. Ruge thus accused Hegel of confusing the historical existence of the state with its rational reality. However, that was not the same accusation made by liberals when they charged Hegel with having justified the Prussian Restoration. The historical existence that Hegel had mixed up with reality, according to Ruge, were the institutions of Old England. Regardless of this criticism, however, Ruge conceded to Hegel that even the immense accommodation of his natural law was still permeated with the correct and driving principle of development. A few months later, Marx would criticize this accommodation thesis in his doctoral dissertation as inadequate. Not only did the Hallesjahrbucher become increasingly radical, they also encountered great resonance on the part of the educated strata. A somewhat bizarre example of this is shared by Martin Hunt. After the first volume of the 4-volume History of France in the Age of Revolution had been published, its author, Wilhelm Wachsmuth, who at the same time was also censor of the Hallesjahrbucher, sent a copy to Arnold Ruge and wrote in the accompanying letter that it meant a lot to him to give Ruge proof of my sincere esteem and, wherever possible, to make amends for that which I have had to do directly against your wishes and mine. In the summer of 1843, Marx was to make excerpts of the first 2 volumes of this thorough work. Since the death of Minister of Culture Altenstein in 1840, the Hallesjahrbucher no longer had any advocates in the higher ranks of the Prussian state. It was only a matter of time before they would clash with the conservative Friedrich Wilhelm IV, with his orientation to Christian romantic notions, who had also ascended to the throne in 1840. At the direct instigation of the king, in March 1841 the Prussian government demanded that the printing of the Halles-Jahrbucher be moved from Leipzig in Saxony to Halle in Prussia, in order to place it under Prussian censorship. At that, Ruge moved to Dresden in Saxony, continued to print in Leipzig, and on July 2, 1841, changed the title of the publication to Deutsche Jahrbucher für Wissenschaft und Kunst. Interim consideration: is the juxtaposition of Old Hegelianism and Young Hegelianism merely a construct in the history of philosophy? In the preceding sections, we discussed how after the publication of Strauss's Life of Jesus, a young Hegelian current formed, primarily around the Halles-Jahrbucher. We have followed these debates up to 1840–41, the period in which Marx was preparing his dissertation. They constitute an important element of the intellectual and political background against which Marx moved. Before assigning the young Marx, as is usual, to the young Hegelians, we will consider in what sense we can speak of young Hegelianism and old Hegelianism. The description became prominent during the dispute between Ruge and Leo. In 1837, Ruge had spoken of the old Hegelian principle of the Berlin Jahrbucher für wissenschaftliche Kritik as being no longer adequate to the demands of the time, without characterizing this principle more exactly. From 1838 on, Leo used young Hegelian as a derogatory term of attack. After initial resistance, Eduard Mayen wrote in his critique of Leo that the difference between young and old Hegelianism was nonsense. He had dedicated his book to all students of Hegel. Talk of young Hegelians prevailed as the self-description of a group of primarily young authors. Thus, in the article from December 1840 quoted above, Ruge wrote of the young Hegelians and the young Hegelian philosophy. In January of 1841, this designation was used by the young Friedrich Engels as a matter of course. In contrast, there does not seem to be a usage of old Hegelianism with similarly positive connotations. In almost all the recent literature dealing with young Hegelianism or the young Marx, it is assumed that in the course of the 1830s, a split of the Hegelian school into right and left wings occurred. As a rule, as already mentioned, the right Hegelians are equated to the old Hegelians and the left Hegelians to the young Hegelians, the first being conservative, the latter progressive to revolutionary. In the 19th century, the young Hegelians, if one dealt with them at all, were regarded as philosophically rather insignificant, such as in the History of Philosophy by Johann Eduard Erdmann, who was a conservative Hegelian. However, when there was a reawakening of interest in Hegel at the beginning of the 20th century, and Marx's early writings began to be published in the 1920s, interest in young Hegelianism increased. In 1930, Willy Moog produced the most differentiated presentation of the development of the Hegelian school up to that point, and in 1941, Karl Loewald published his study From Hegel to Nietzsche, which became quite influential with its rather pointed juxtaposition of old and young Hegelians. Marx's relationship to the young Hegelians was first examined more comprehensively by Cornu and Hooke. For a long time, and especially from the Marxist side, young Hegelianism was perceived merely as a predecessor and source of keywords for Marx and Engels. Not infrequently, it was considered, right from the start, from the perspective of the critique formulated by Marx and Engels in 1844 in The Holy Family and 1845–46 in the German Ideology. The extent to which the critique formulated there, primarily of Bruno Bauer and Max Stirner, was accurate with regard to young Hegelianism as such, and the extent to which this critique was dependent upon the temporal and conflict relations of its emergence, was not even raised as a question in many contributions. Starting in the 1960s, the discussion intensified, and original texts were increasingly published. 220 However, the discussion of young Hegelianism concentrated primarily on a few well-known figures such as Bruno Bauer, Ludwig Feuerbach, or Max Stirner. Old Hegelianism was hardly a topic. In the 1990s a broader discussion of young Hegelianism began, which was no longer limited to the famous names, and which no longer considered young Hegelianism from the perspective of its relationship to the development of Marx and Engels. 221 Detailed knowledge increased enormously, not just concerning individual protagonists but the network of discourse in which they acted. However, what constituted the substance of young Hegelianism, and who belonged to it, was not clarified. The demarcation of personnel between young and old Hegelianism has been contested ever since the first text collections were published in the early 1960s. Löwit had incorporated the Danish theologian and philosopher Søren Kierkegaard into the Hegelian left, for which there is really no good reason. In the Hegelian right, Löwit had presented Michelet and Gans, two authors who tended more to the left. His judgment that the Hegelian right was not as conservative as is always claimed, but rather had a politically liberal orientation, was not just supported by these two rather left representatives, but also by the fact that Löwit did not consider the two most conservative Hegelians of the 1830s Gaskell and Gabler. Just as one could not agree over the last 50 years on a clear demarcation of personnel, it was also not possible to reach a consensus about the substantive characteristics or even the duration of influence of old and young Hegelianism. 222 Many Marxist contributions were oriented toward the assessment provided by Friedrich Engels in Ludwig Feuerbach and the end of classical German philosophy. Engels distinguished in Hegel's case between the dialectical method, which proceeds from an uninterrupted process of becoming, that dissolves all conceptions of final, absolute truth and of absolute states of humanity corresponding to it, thus having a revolutionary character, from Hegel's system, which in accordance with traditional requirements, must conclude with some sort of absolute truth, and was therefore conservative, necessarily suffocating the revolutionary side. The right-left split of the school was explained by Engels by reference to precisely this difference between system and method. Whoever placed the emphasis on the Hegelian system could be fairly conservative in both spheres, whoever regarded the dialectical method as the main thing could belong to the most extreme opposition, both in religion and politics. This interpretation was probably confirmed by the statements of, for example, Ruge, who emphasized the importance of Hegel's method. On the occasion of the discussion of a book on Hegel's philosophy, Ruge writes, "The method cannot be avoided, that it, once recognized, leaves no way out, neither beside it nor beyond, which is to say, the acquisition of development itself cannot be given up again, once it has been made, and the development, the increasingly deep version of truth in its own form, is the only departure that remains with a philosophy whose principle is precisely that of development." But what Ruge emphasizes here is merely the idea of development. This plays an important role for Hegel, but when dealing with method, Hegel discusses far more than just development. If we take this into consideration, then it's doubtful that we can undertake a clear separation between method and system in Hegel's work. The introduction to the phenomenology of spirit is a well-argued plea against the possibility of an independent discussion of method. When Hegel engages in more differentiated considerations of method, such as at the end of the Science of Logic, these presuppose the systematic argumentation, and therefore cannot be separated from the system. The circumstances addressed by Engels seem to be due to the simple fact that conservatives, and not just the Hegelian ones, are interested in maintaining things as they are, and that leftists wish to change things and are therefore interested in development. This general difference, however, cannot be equated without further ado to an interest in either the system or the method. It can hardly be disputed that in the conflicts of the 1830s, the religious and political positions of Hegelians became differentiated from one another. It also cannot be disputed that there were clear front lines drawn between progressive Hegelians such as Ruge or Feuerbach on one side and pietist Orthodox Protestants such as Hank Stenberg and conservative authors like Leo on the other. But it's quite an exaggeration to say that the Hegelian school had split into two hostile schools, a right-wing old Hegelian one and a left-wing young Hegelian. One cannot really speak of an old Hegelian school. Among the older Hegelians, there were a few, such as Gaskell, Erdmann, Hinrichs, and Gabler, who had a strong conservative orientation both religiously and politically, but they did not constitute a coherent school. The majority of older members, such as Michelet, Rosenkranz, Hotto, Marhinek, and Vatka, were politically liberal. Michelet, Rosenkranz, and Vatka also contributed to the Hallesjahrbucher. Gans was unambiguously of the left, and had promised Ruge to contribute to the Jahrbucher, but died before he was able to do so. In the case of the younger Hegelians, it's not quite so easy to answer the question of whether one can speak of a school. Attitudes with regard to the two central fields of conflict of religion and politics were not always similar. Thus Strauss advocated a left position in the philosophy of religion, whereas he remained moderate politically. However, the Hallesjahrbucher, over a period of many years, constituted an important point of reference for younger authors who considered themselves critical, and as the editorial correspondence of the Hallesjahrbucher published by Hunt shows, Ruge made an effort at organized intervention, in that he spoke to collaborators and set topics in a focused manner. Far more strongly than one could say for the Berlin Jahrbucher für Wissenschaftliche Kritik with regard to the old Hegelians, the Hallesjahrbucher constituted a focal point for a young Hegelian current for a few years. In determining the substantive core of this current, however, there are considerable problems. In a comprehensive study, Wolfgang Bach attempted to outline the sociology of a group of intellectuals. He arrived at the result that the young Hegelians represented multiple types of groups: a philosophical school, a political party, a journalistic bohème, and an atheist sect. Bach's work, which was richer in material than any previous study of the young Hegelians, yielded a plethora of important insights, but it also made clear that general statements about the young Hegelians are hardly possible, whereby Bach had even limited the object of his investigation to the Prussian young Hegelians, so that, inter alia, the at times very important southern German representatives, such as Strauss, remained excluded. Above all, however, the four types of groups do not play a role at the same time, and it's not always the same people who stand at their respective centers. The group types named by Bach are found at different times in different groupings. The problems arising with regard to the substantive determination, demarcation of personnel, and duration of young Hegelianism were exhaustively listed by Martin Hunt in the year 2000. However, he did not wish to depart from the understanding of the young Hegelians as an ultimately united movement in the end. Hunt understood the young Hegelian movement as the end of the classical German philosophy that had begun with Kant, which still saw philosophy, theology, science, and art as constituting a unity. According to Hunt, young Hegelianism was the final historical manifestation of this unity. Although this may be correct, it only establishes the commonality between young Hegelianism and classical German philosophy, but not its own specific achievement. 15 years later, Hunt had to state in an encyclopedia entry on left Hegelianism, that it could not be clearly demarcated either in terms of content or personnel. In 2013, Lars Lambrecht answered the question "Who are the young Hegelians?" by saying they were a product of 20th century research. He ultimately left open the question: who were the young Hegelians? Were they more than just a construct of research into the history of philosophy? In light of this discussion, it appears appropriate not to speak in a naive sense of young Hegelianism and young Hegelians, as if the meaning of these terms were self-evident, but rather to proceed more cautiously than has often been the case in the biographical literature on Marx. At least, we should make clear the sense in which we are using these terms. Even if the relations aren't as clear as with the old Hegelians, for whom it is not appropriate to speak of a school, it nonetheless also appears questionable to proceed from the assumption of the existence of a school without further ado. It might be more sensible to speak of a young Hegelian discourse, using the categories of analysis developed by Michel Foucault in his Archaeology of Knowledge. In a brief outline, Urs Lindner has made such an attempt. From the end of the 1830s, a broad current, which, proceeding from Hegelian philosophy, arrived at a critical consideration of religion and politics. However, the dimensions of this critique are very different. For some important protagonists, the critique of religion and politics leads to a fundamental critique of their point of departure, that is, Hegel's philosophy, This was to be again, in different ways overcome. But it remains difficult to specify a common substantive core of young Hegelianism. These difficulties are frequently attributed to the fact that none of the young Hegelians produced a large, systematic work. They expressed themselves primarily through reviews, polemics, and writings on current topics. The lack of great works was not just because most young Hegelians did not obtain professorships. 223 The deeper reason why there was no great young Hegelian work indeed appears to be the frequently emphasized dynamic of the young Hegelian movement. 224 It was a movement in constant transition. In the case of most of its representatives, in the course of the late 1830s and early 1840s, a radicalization of their critique of religion and/or politics occurred. For more than a few, the critique of religion resulted in atheistic positions, and the initially rather cautious critique of Prussia ultimately led in the case of many to demands for democratic and republican conditions. In the case of some, it led to communist views. The point of departure of the young Hegelians in Hegel and their early critiques of religion and politics demonstrate a number of commonalities. But the transitions ignited by these critiques no longer traverse common checkpoints. Instead, the transitions aimed in different theoretical and political directions. That's why it's so difficult to determine the content of young Hegelianism as such, because beyond the critiques, there is hardly any shared substantive core. This should in no way diminish the intellectual achievements of individual young Hegelian authors. It's just that these intellectual achievements, which diverged in the 1840s, can no longer be integrated into a young Hegelian theoretical core. But if there was no such core, then we also cannot precisely determine who belonged to the young Hegelians and who no longer did. The problem frequently discussed, especially from the Marxist side, of when and under what circumstances Marx and Engels transitioned from young Hegelian idealist positions to materialist positions then presents itself in a different way, one that I will return to in the second volume. Bauer and Marx. With the beginning of the controversy around Strauss's Life of Jesus, Bruno Bauer also achieved some fame. In the Jahrbucher für Wissenschaftliche Kritik, the organ of the Hegelian school without competition, Bauer published an extremely critical two-part review in 1835-36, defending the historicity of the Gospels. Corresponding to the division that Strauss undertook in 1837 in his Streitriften, Bauer thus belonged to the right. However, Bauer did not remain at this position. Within a few years, he passed Strauss on the left in terms of the philosophy of religion. The Gospels were not just a myth arising in the early Christian congregations, they were literary products of their writers, according to his later thesis. Furthermore, the once orthodox Protestant transformed into a decisive atheist, and Bauer also became increasingly radical politically. Finally, in 1842, his permission to teach theology was withdrawn. The period in which Bauer radicalized so enormously, 1838-41, was the period of his most intense friendship with Marx. The biographical literature usually contents itself with noting that in his dissertation finished in 1841 Marx more or less adopted Bauer's theory of self-consciousness. The question of whether there was reciprocal influence between Bauer and Marx is usually dealt with as minimally as the question of what connected the two during their close friendship lasting 5 years. Bruno Bauer's speculative theology. In the year 1834, Bauer took his licentiate exam at the theological faculty of the University of Berlin. As an exception, this exam was also recognized as a postdoctoral qualification, so that he obtained permission to teach theology. Until 1839, as a lecturer he offered numerous courses, primarily on topics having to do with the Old Testament. Bauer's theological conceptions were initially in line with those of his theological teacher, Conrad Philipp Martinek, who used Hegel's philosophy as philosophical justification for the content of biblical tradition. But whereas Hegel only justified the Christian religion broadly, that is, sublated the abstractly conceived content of the religion in philosophy but criticized the beliefs of the religion as an inadequate conception of this content, Bauer endeavored to justify it in detail, in particular the supernatural parts of tradition. Thus, in a review written in 1834 in somewhat difficult to understand Hegelian jargon, he formulated, "Science has achieved that the miracles of Christ are known as the equally necessary self-exposition of the personality of Christ as are the teachings." That means that science says, according to Bauer, that Christ's personality cannot present itself other than through miracles. For David Friedrich Strauss, the philosophical justification of central elements of Christian belief had opened up the possibility of subjecting to a radical critique the religious form of testimony to this content that it was supposed to be based on historical events while still adhering to Christianity. Bruno Bauer, in contrast, wanted a philosophical justification of the historical events, including their supernatural components, not just for history's sake, but for the sake of the idea that is supposed to appear in history. Correspondingly, his critique of Strauss was fundamental. In his review of the life of Jesus, Bauer accused him of a lack of philosophical understanding. He believes that the question of whether the necessity of its historical manifestation does not lie in the idea itself is overcome by the difficulties adhering to the reports of the Gospels, at the same time destroying the possibility of sacred history. Bauer tried to demonstrate how to overcome these difficulties with the virgin birth of Jesus, of all things. Human nature alone could not bring about the unity of human and divine nature manifest in Jesus, it could only contribute to it through its own receptivity. On this basis, Bauer concluded by means of an idiosyncratic gender discourse, because in woman, or more specifically in the Virgin, receptivity to the Spirit is available in an immediate way, and because man's activity is always one whose consequence is the limitation of the result, Jesus, who was unlimited, must have been sired by the Holy Spirit. Physiological objections are not the point, the physiological perspective is sublated in the theological. To theologists with a rationalist orientation and non-conservative Hegelians, the effect of this argument, as Strauss made rather clear in his Streichschriften, was rather amusing. In contrast, conservative Hegelians like Gaskell could live rather well with such arguments, and Hank Stenberg's Evangelische Kirchenzeitung also praised Bauer. However, unlike Hank Stenberg, Bauer's primary concern was not rescuing the supernatural element of the Bible stories. Bauer saw it as an important achievement of Hegelian philosophy that it had understood spirit in its manifestation. Exactly this interconnection between spirit and its manifestation, that spirit must manifest, and can only be grasped in its manifestation, is what Strauss missed. Bauer continues in the passage quoted, "The critique also connects spirit and historical manifestation, but only through a loose, supplementary also." Strauss failed to understand the absolute content as the driving force of the production of historical events. Thus, Bauer's following theological program is shown in a nutshell: the development of divine spirit is traced by the development of revelation. Bauer was esteemed primarily by the Hegelian theologian Philipp Conrad Marheinck. The latter probably had a background supportive role when Bauer founded the Zeitschrift für Spekulative Theologie in 1836, which operated within the framework of the conservative Hegelian theology. The journal managed to reach 3 volumes but was only published from the middle of 1836 to the beginning of 1838, with a total of 6 issues. According to Melhausen, the publication was cancelled for economic reasons. It did not even sell 100 copies. 2 years later, Bauer only had irony left for his own role at that time. After Hegel's death, his disciples had gathered in the realm of ideas, and their dreams of the time of perfection seemed to have already come true, when the lightning of reflection entered the realm of bliss and troubled the dream. So little was one prepared for the blow that the Berlin Scientific Critique confronted Strauss's book with a reviewer who, still in a blissful dream, spoke of the unity of the dream and immediate reality, or rather of the world and empirical consciousness, and even wanted to continue his dream in a special journal. What is addressed by Bauer mockingly as the dream of unity of the idea and immediate reality, the unity of spirit with its historical manifestation, marked the difference both to Pietists and adherents of conservative orthodoxy who wished to justify biblical history because it was handed down through tradition and was considered the source of faith. This unity also marked the difference to Strauss, who, with reference to the speculative reconstruction of the idea, thought the historical process did not matter. For the early Bauer, however, the development of the idea had to show itself in history. What this approach means in the field of the philosophy of religion can be seen in Bauer's first large work, which he presented in 1838. As the first part of a critique of revelation, Bauer published his two-volume The Religion of the Old Testament in the historical development of its principles. In a comprehensive introduction, Bauer outlines the idea of revelation. God reveals himself in concrete events, which are perceived with the senses and translated into religious representations by the human beings who receive his revelation. Revelation is therefore not a unified act but a historical process, with the biblical texts as an expression of different stages of this contradictory process. As Bauer explained, it is a contradiction against God's infinite essence if God sets a limited content as the manifestation of his infinite purpose at the individual stages of revelation. The critique that Bauer strove for was supposed to explain these contradictions with the help of a speculative concept of religion based upon Hegel's philosophy of religion. That is, what appears as a contradiction in the historical development of revelation was supposed to be shown as a necessary step toward the complete understanding of religion. With this conception of revelation and history, Bauer believed himself to be in a superior position to both a merely faithful theology that wished to maintain the positive, as well as in a critique that merely cunningly seizes and destroys the positive. 225. Whereas in his critique of the history of revelation, Bauer sought to merely apply the principles of Hegel's philosophy of religion, in the same year he had begun to recognize, in his discussion of Strauss's Streitschriften and not least under its influence, that a further development of these principles was necessary. Bauer stated that the master had left his school of the philosophy of religion despite all its admirable riches in such a form that makes the further inner development through the principle necessary. At the same time, Bauer defended his own position with increasing determination. As editor of the Zeitschrift für Spekulative Theologie, he had acted quite moderately. He had hoped that the various currents of Protestant theology would see that each of their approaches was justified, but valid only in a limited sense, a limitation that had been overcome in Hegelian speculative theology. Now he began to have increasingly fierce debates with those who opposed his positions. This critique was initially expressed in reviews. At the beginning of 1839, it led to the publication of a book that was directed against Ernst Wilhelm Hengstenberg of all people, who at the time was the most influential Berlin theologian. The title itself was a provocation, Herr Dr. Hengstenberg, Critical Letters on the Antagonism of the Law and the Gospel. No less provocative was the form. The book consisted of letters that Bruno Bauer had written to his younger brother Edgar, who wanted to study theology. So, it wasn't a professional theological debate, the intent instead was to demonstrate to philosophical laymen how wrong Hengstenberg's views were. The main point of contention was the relation between the Old and New Testaments. Whereas Bauer, from his developmental historical approach, made a fundamental distinction between both, Hengstenberg saw the Old Testament as containing essential elements of Christianity, so that for him the Old and New Testaments constituted a unified revelation. Bauer accused Hengstenberg of short-sighted theological apologetics. He unsparingly showed how unfounded many of Hengstenberg's Christian interpretations of the Old Testament were, and how this at the same time flattened out the specificity of the New Testament. Whereas the Old Testament was dominated by the Mosaic Law, but legal consciousness was servant's consciousness, on the basis of which a theocracy was erected, Bauer grasped the Christianity of the New Testament, in the tradition of Hegel, as a religion of freedom. It was clear to Bauer what the critique of the influential Hengstenberg, who was known for his relentless and denunciatory manner of fighting opponents, would mean for himself. Bauer wrote that he knew very well that whoever attacks Dr. Hengstenberg, whoever even dares to deviate from the statutes of this scribe, isn't just putting the hand in the fire, but running into it alive. Bauer's text was a fierce attack on a reactionary theologian, an attack that robbed Bauer of his chances for a career in Berlin, but it was an attack that still came from the perspective of the same conservative, speculative theology with which he had criticized Strauss. He had not, therefore, as is sometimes claimed, gone over to left positions in the philosophy of religion. It's therefore no wonder that in the autumn of 1839, Bauer was still placed by Arnold Ruge alongside Gaskell and Erdmann. Atheism and Critique of the Gospels. Bauer had the goodwill of Minister of Culture Altenstein in Berlin, but he could no longer appoint Bauer to a professorship. That would have been too great an affront against Hank Stenberg. Altenstein, therefore, recommended to Bauer that he go to Bonn as a lecturer, where an professorship in theology had become available. If Bauer didn't ruin things with his colleagues in Bonn, Altenstein could appoint him to this professorship. For Altenstein, who was still interested in promoting Hegelian philosophy, appointing Bauer in Bonn would have been a good fit, because there weren't any Hegelians there, neither among the philosophers nor the theologians. Among the theologians, the spirit of Schleiermacher was dominant, primarily represented by Karl Emanuel Nietzsche. After the summer semester of 1839, the semester that Karl Marx attended Bauer's seminar on Isaiah, Bauer departed for Bonn. Formally, the theological faculty at the University of Bonn had to approve Bauer's transfer. No one wanted to oppose Altenstein's recommendation, but Bauer was met with distrust. Bruno Bauer's letters to his brother Edgar bear witness to this. However, in Bonn, Bauer found enough time for further work. Marhinek had tasked him with preparing the second, expanded edition of Hegel's Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion, which was published in 1840. Alongside this, Bauer worked on his critique of the Gospel history of John as well as the Protestant State Church of Prussia and Science. In the latter, published in the early summer of 1840, shortly after the death of Friedrich Wilhelm III, Bauer vehemently argued that the Prussian state should not allow itself to be instrumentalized by the church hierarchy in its struggle against science, the hierarchical madness which regards the state as its executioner's assistant, has up to now maintained itself in the Protestant Church. Recent science is destined to endure these latest attacks by the Protestant hierarchy, and it rejoices in the task that history has set for it, and which it alone can solve. Bauer did not expect from the state, and by state, Bauer meant the new king, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, that it would take the side of science. It would be enough if it would remain a spectator to the struggle. But science would remain consistently on the side of the state. With this text, Bauer, similar to Feuerbach a year before, traced current conflicts back to a fundamental level. If for Feuerbach it was the antagonism between philosophy and religion, for Bauer it was the conflict between the church hierarchy and science. At the same time, Bauer, as quoted above, made a critique of his own earlier conceptions of the unity of the idea and immediate reality. With this text, Bauer made public that he had moved to the left, both in terms of the philosophy of religion and in the general political sense. The fact that his book was published by Otto Wigand, the publisher of most young Hegelians, was consistent. His text was received positively by the young Hegelians and reviewed with extreme praise by Ruge in the Hallesk Jahrbucher. At the end of 1840, Ruge and Bauer were in contact with each other. Starting in 1841, Bauer contributed to the Jahrbucher. Bauer had arrived, albeit rather late, at the young Hegelians. In the late summer of 1840, Bauer's critique of the Gospel history of John was published, which was to constitute the prelude to an ever more radical critique of religion. Bauer did not publish the critique of the Gospel of John as a continuation of his critique of the history of Revelation. He did not continue the latter after the first part on the Old Testament. As a reason, Bauer stated in the preface to his new book that the history of Jewish consciousness as it developed after the conclusion of the canon until Jesus' appearance was still unknown territory. The deeper reason for not continuing his earlier work was probably not this lack of historical material, but rather that Bauer, as he had made clear in the Protestant State Church and Science, no longer held to the theoretical preconditions from which the earlier book proceeded, namely the unity of idea and reality. Bauer's new project consisted in extracting the historical core of the history of Jesus from the Gospels and to distinguish it from that which was merely a later addition. He thus moved closer to the text-critical method used by David Friedrich Strauss, which he had previously rejected. Bauer began his investigation with the Gospel of John, which both stylistically and in terms of content has a unique position with respect to the three other Gospels. The result of Bauer's book was devastating for previous apologetics, an investigation of the given places and times, as well as the logical coherence of the presentation, made clear that the fourth evangelist was not giving his own or someone else's observations, rather, it was a later reflection upon earlier events. This reflection is a weak, albeit abundantly proliferating climbing plant, which is capable of covering a trunk, but not of forming its own. The Gospel of John, according to Bauer's conclusion, is not a historical report, but rather a free artistic creation by the evangelist. 226 In his concluding remark, Bauer noted, "We have not found a single atom that would have eluded the work of reflection of the fourth evangelist. Therefore, this Gospel is no source for a historical revelatory event, the event is presupposed and processed in a literary way." When Bauer wrote in some interim observations under the title Point of Rest, whereas previous apologetics could only flourish as long as the general view of history was a poor one. In our time the process now occurs in which the self-consciousness of Absolute Spirit will complete and conclude the memory of its historical revelation, and when he emphasized that critique is the pure being with itself of Christian self-consciousness, which wishes to finally be at home with itself also in terms of the given, the positive, and in the particular gospel records, then that is formally correct. But the substantive implications of the statement only become apparent if one takes into consideration what can be said about the historical revelation or the gospel records, namely, nothing on the basis of the Gospel of John. In fact, Bauer's attitude toward theology and religion had changed radically when he was preparing his book on the Gospel of John in 1839-40. This emerges from his correspondence with Edgar, which he published in 1844. The original letters have not survived, and the possibility cannot be excluded that Bauer retroactively made the formulations more pointed. 227 However, the statements I will discuss below are quite plausible. They also fit with letters to Marx written shortly afterward. The censors took offense at them, however, and they are not contained in Bauer. It was as a result of legal proceedings brought by Bauer that he was able to publish the incriminated passages retroactively in the Allgemeine Literaturzeitung, of which he was editor. In a letter from December 29, 1839, Edgar informed Bruno of his decision to give up studying theology and switch to history. As a reason, he stated, "It's impossible for me to remain an honest theologian, since I'm losing all faith." In his January 5, 1840, response, Bruno congratulated his brother for evading the megara of theology. He explained his own further occupation with it as follows: "I'm already stuck in it, and the struggle has eaten its way too far into me for me to be able to separate myself from it. I've become so fused with theology that I only do to myself what I do to theology, meaning I wash myself clean of refuse by cleaning up in theology. When I'm finished, I'll be pure." 228. But Bruno Bauer was concerned not just with a critique of theology, but also with belief. On January 20, 1840, Bruno wrote to his brother about a letter he had received from their father. The father had reported on a conflict with Edgar, in the course of which his son had said to him, "Bruno also believes in nothing," which Bruno did not dispute. Apparently, Bruno Bauer had not only arrived at a radical critique of theology, but also at atheist positions. This does not appear to have been new information for Edgar in January of 1840, probably Bruno had already spoken to Edgar a few months earlier. However, one may assume that in the case of a person who had first been a believer, the process of detaching from faith takes somewhat longer. To that extent, the autumn of 1839 merely marked the endpoint of this development. Bauer's transition to atheism must have occurred before January 1840, in any case. This chronological order is relevant to the extent that it clarifies that Bauer's atheist turn occurred prior to, and independently of, his critique of the Gospels. In the literature, this is not always distinguished. Sometimes Bauer's atheism is understood to be a consequence of his examination of the Gospels. Conversely, the critique of the Gospels was not a consequence of Bauer's atheism. Completely independent of one's own belief, one can pursue the question of whether the texts of the Gospels allow for conclusions regarding the historical Jesus. After a year in Bonn without a permanent appointment, Bauer's financial situation, which even in Berlin had not been particularly good, had become precarious, so that he presented himself to the Ministry of Culture regarding the promised Bonn professorship. Altenstein had died in May of 1840, and the provisional director of the ministry, Adalbert von Ladenburg, wanted to appoint Bauer to the professorship in Bonn, which was still free. In a submission to the new minister, Eckhorn, the faculty spoke out against an appointment of Bauer. They preferred Gottfried Kinkel, at this time also a lecturer in Bonn. 229 Minister of Culture Eckhorn, to whom Bauer personally presented himself in the autumn of 1840, recommended that Bauer remain in Berlin and write a work on church history. The ministry, according to Eckhorn, would support it with a contribution. But Bruno Bauer wanted to keep teaching and returned to Bonn. Bauer did not publish a neutral work on the history of the church. He was far too driven by the question of what could be said about the historical Jesus and his sermons. Consequently, he now turned to the Gospels of Matthew, Luke, and Mark, the Synoptic Gospels. These three evangelists are referred to as synoptics because their Gospels exhibit great overlap, and in the 18th century synopses, that is to say, parallel compilations of the three texts, that addressed commonalities and differences. 230 In the spring of 1841, the first volume of Bauer's Critique of the Gospel History of the Synoptics was published. Here as well, Bauer's investigation of the texts of the Gospels led to the result that they were not based upon direct knowledge concerning the historical Jesus, but were instead products of the self-consciousness of the evangelists. Bauer had used this term in his critique of the Gospel of John. Now he endeavored to specify it. Self-consciousness, in this creative activity, does not behave as a pure, isolated I and does not create and form out of its immediate subjectivity. Self-consciousness has stood in a tension with its substance, was fecundated by it, and driven to its activity. In the course of his argument, further refinements are found. The bearers of self-consciousness are individual people, but only to the extent that this particularity is no longer the point of an exclusive individuality, but rather carries within it the determination of the universal. Self-consciousness, one may summarize, is no longer a single I, but rather the universality, in which the I is raised above its immediacy. With this concept of self-consciousness, Bauer clearly differs from Hegel's concept of self-consciousness. Hegel had determined self-consciousness within the framework of his investigation of subjective spirit. In self-consciousness, the self relates to itself by relating to another. 231 Over the course of the year 1841, this concept of self-consciousness in Bauer's work would be further expanded, becoming central for his Trumpet of the Last Judgment. Since my primary concern in this chapter is with Bauer's influence upon Marx's dissertation, I will not follow his further development. Marx was probably familiar with the concept of self-consciousness as used in the Critique of the Synoptics. Even if we don't know whether Marx obtained a copy of Bauer's book, one may assume that when Bauer spent a few weeks in Berlin in the autumn of 1840, he discussed it with Marx. The religious development and studies in the philosophy of religion of the young Marx. His Abiter essay from 1835 demonstrates that the 17-year-old Marx still believed in a God. From the preface to his dissertation from March 1841, in contrast, it becomes evident that he now took a decidedly atheist position. Prometheus, who in Aeschylus's tragedy of the same name is quoted as saying "I hate all the gods," was regarded by Marx as the most eminent saint and martyr in the philosophical calendar. We don't know exactly why Marx became an atheist. However, the assumption suggests itself that he must have started having first doubts about his faith shortly after the abitur. This emerges from a letter that his father wrote to him on November 18, 1835, that you will continue to be good morally, I really do not doubt. But a great support for morality is pure faith in God. You know that I am anything but a fanatic. But this faith is a real requirement of man sooner or later, and there are moments in life when even the atheist is involuntarily drawn to worship the Almighty. And it is common for what Newton, Locke, and Leibniz believed, everyone can submit to. This paragraph has no relationship to what precedes it, so it must refer to a letter from Karl that has not survived. But as a reply, this paragraph only makes sense if Karl had expressed doubt about his belief in God in his previous letter. For the period that directly followed, there are no direct statements by Marx concerning his faith, but a rejection of the belief in God can be read from his attempts at poetry in 1836–37. Precisely in this, they differ from late Romanticism, which had made a turn toward Christianity. The motif of being caught by God's grace or of finding relief in faith in God does not appear in a single one of Marx's poems. On the contrary, in the first album of poems, which he sent to Jenny for the Christmas of 1836, Marx describes despair and hopelessness, for which even faith in God can no longer do anything. Thus, in the poem The Pale Maiden, the figure that gives the poem its title falls in love with a passing knight who doesn't even notice her. In her despair, no faith can help her. Before killing herself, she explains, "Thus heaven I forfeited. I know it full well. My soul, once true to God, is chosen for hell." Things are similar in Der Wildenbraut Gesang, which deals with a maiden who does not wish to marry the man her family has selected for her. And I am chained forever to the rough man. No God mildly saves me from slavery and exile. When, inwardly broken, she finally agrees to the marriage, the closing verses comment, "And the mountains lean proudly, and the sky laughs golden, because it doesn't know human longing. It calmly rejoices in its splendor. Buds swell, blossoms are resplendent. For nothing great has happened. A soul enveloped by death, and a heart lapses mutely. Consolation or redemption, according to the message, are not to be expected from God." In the second album, the tone is sharpened. In Song to the Stars, one finds the following verse: "Alas, your light is never more than ethereally rare. No divine being ever cast into you his fire. God is not even metaphorically in the world." The invocation of one in despair deals with the defiant rebellion against a God who has snatched from me my all. God appears here as an opponent with whom one must take up the struggle. In the Last Judgment, religious notions of a life after death are only the target of mockery. Ah! That life of all the dead! Hallelujahs that I hear make my hair stand on my head. And my soul is sick with fear. And why was he so afraid of this life of the dead? Because it's so boring. God eternal we must praise. Endless hallelujahs whine. Endless hymns of glory raise. No more delight or pain." In the fragment of the novel Scorpion and Felix, there is also only scorn and mockery for religious subjects, such as the Trinity of the Christian God. These poems, which were written before April 1837, make clear that Marx no longer believed in the deity who, as he wrote in his Abitur essay, never leaves mortal man wholly without a guide. He speaks softly but with certainty. In his lost dialogue Clea Anths, which he mentioned in the letter to his father, Marx must have experimented with a pantheistic notion borrowed from the early Schelling. God is conceived not as a person, but as an impersonal world soul that would have to be developed in a philosophical dialectical manner. We don't know for how long or how strongly Marx remained captive to such pantheistic notions. Marx's parents had converted to Protestantism, but there is no indication that they had developed a closer relationship to Christian belief and Protestantism. As emerges from the letter from Marx's father quoted above, his religious beliefs were more deistic. He became a Protestant in order to keep his job as a lawyer. It is, therefore, probable that the young Karl never had an emotional relationship to Protestantism, either through family or congregational life. Hence, his parting with Christian religious belief in contrast with the young Friedrich Engels was probably easy. 232. The transition to atheism did not lead to either Bauer or Marx ceasing to deal with topics related to the philosophy of religion. This is well known in Bauer's case, but it's less known that Marx had plans between 1838 and 1841 to write multiple contributions on the philosophy of religion. Nothing came of these plans, so that today one usually doesn't think of the philosophy of religion as one of Marx's fields of work. Yet we know that Marx must have engaged with it intensively, so it's no curiosity that he attended Bauer's seminar on Isaiah in the summer semester of 1839, rather, it's part of a large-scale engagement with questions of the philosophy of religion, which at this time definitely had a political significance. Marx's publication plans with regard to philosophy of religion emerge primarily from the letters that Bauer sent from Bonn to Marx. The letters from Marx to Bauer have not survived. 233. In the letter from March 1, 1840, Bauer asks, "What's going on with your farce, Fischer Vapulens?" This is obviously a reference to Carl Philipp Fischer, who belonged to the speculative theists. In 1839, he had published The Idea of Divinity, in which he had asserted the personhood of God and the immortality of the soul against the pantheism attributed to Hegel. It's possible that Marx's logical lucubrations, which Bauer mentions in his letter of December 11, 1839, were connected to this. Since the speculative theists referred to Hegel's logic, but promoted an independent theology not sublated in philosophy, a critique of this current had to start with its understanding of logic. Bauer's letter from March 30, 1840, notes two of Marx's projects. For 1, Ansicht der Rel. Philosophy, referring to a review of the second edition of Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of religion, considerably revised by Bauer. For another, Bauer, who saw Marx as a future lecturer in philosophy at Bonn, wrote, "If you didn't want to read about Hermesianism next winter, I would have undertaken it. But it goes without saying and doesn't need to be mentioned, you must read about it, you must, because you have long borne yourself with a word on this matter. It will cause a tremendous sensation." George Hermes, a Catholic theologian at the University of Bonn, had attempted to reconcile Catholic dogmatism with the Enlightenment. The Prussian government had supported Hermesianism, but Pope Gregor XVI had placed Hermes's writings on the index of banned books. As a consequence, the Archbishop of Cologne, Drost Ziewisching, before his conflict over mixed confessional marriages forbade Catholic students of theology to attend lectures about Hermesianism. That Marx's engagement with Hermesianism would cause a tremendous sensation could only mean that Marx wanted to fundamentally criticize this doctrine, which was met with some sympathy in Protestant Prussia. Marx also planned to publish a book on Hermesianism and had asked Bauer to make contact with a publisher in Bonn. On July 25, 1840, Bauer wrote to him that he couldn't use the letter that Marx had provided to send to the publisher. Marx had apparently taken quite the wrong tone. "You can write to your laundress like that, but not to a publisher you're first hoping to win." With the help of a lecturer who was a friend, Bauer found another publisher who was interested in the book. It's not known, however, whether a contract was made. Marx must have pursued this project at least until 1841. On February 23, 1841, Eduard Mayen said in a letter to Ruge that Marx wanted to write a brochure on Hermes and therefore was out of the question as a collaborator on the Jahrbucher. At the beginning of 1841, Marx must have been thinking about a critique of Feuerbach. The only work of Feuerbach's that comes into question at all as an object of critique is his brochure published in 1839, on philosophy and Christianity in relation to the accusation made against Hegelian philosophy of being non-Christian. In letters to Arnold Ruge in 1842, Marx announced a work on religion and art multiple times, originally planned as a contribution to the continuation of Bauer's Trumpet, but which would then be published independently and apparently continued to expand. Thus, on March 20, 1842, Marx informed Ruge, "In the article itself I necessarily had to speak about the general essence of religion. In doing so I come into conflict with Feuerbach to a certain extent, a conflict concerning not the principle, but the conception of it. In any case religion does not gain from it." So, from the beginning of 1840 until the spring of 1842, Marx had planned at least 5 publications concerning the philosophy of religion. In the case of all 5, nothing was published, and it's not known how far Marx had gone in working on them. Corresponding manuscripts have not survived. The only publication on questions related to the philosophy of religion was a brief text in the Deutsche Jahrbucher in November of 1842. In it, Marx defended Bruno Bauer's text on the synoptics against attacks by the philologist Otto Friedrich Grupp, an early collaborator of the Halleske Jahrbucher, who had switched over to reactionary positions. An article by Marx on the Cologne church conflict that was supposed to appear in the Rhenisch-Zeitung but was cancelled by the censors, probably at least touched upon questions of the philosophy of religion. According to Marx, in a letter from July 9, 1842, to Arnold Ruge, he had shown in this article how the defenders of the state adopted a clerical standpoint, and the defenders of the church a state standpoint. Even if Marx's studies in the philosophy of religion were not reflected in independent publications, they did not remain without effect. In all of Marx's work, in particular in Capital, there are numerous quotations and allusions to the Bible as well as references to theological topics. 234 Marx's familiarity with these topics was not simply the result of a good general education, which was far more shaped by religion than it would be today. It is probable that this comprehensive knowledge is due to the studies in the philosophy of religion that Marx conducted between 1838 and 1842. Marx's friendship with Bauer. From 1837 to 1842, Bruno Bauer was Karl Marx's closest friend, and conversely, Karl Marx, alongside Bauer's brother Edgar, was probably the most important person for Bruno Bauer. The emotional side of the relationship is hinted at in Bauer's letters. In a letter to Marx of April 1841, Bauer wrote that he had never laughed as much in Bonn, like in Berlin when I merely crossed the street with you. Bauer had begun the previous letter from March 31, 1841, with the sentence, "If things went according to my wishes, I would have long since written to your bride." Apparently, Marx had demanded that Bauer write to Jenny and then admonished him when this still hadn't happened. Marx evidently wanted to bring the two people who were most important to him into direct contact with each other. Others had also noticed the close friendship between Marx and Bauer. Eduard Meyer characterized Marx as Bruno Bauer's intimate friend. Bauer and Marx also had plans for collaborative publications in 1841, they even wanted to publish a periodical together. Furthermore, there was a plan that after receiving his doctorate Marx should come to Bonn to do his postdoctoral qualification, so that Bauer and Marx could teach together in Bonn and stand up to theological and political reaction. In the earliest surviving letter to Marx from December 11, 1839, Bauer wrote, "Just make sure you come and read in the summer," meaning that Bauer expected that Marx would be able to hold lectures in Bonn for the summer semester of 1840. At the time, Marx was far from finished with his dissertation. In a letter from March 1, 1840, Bauer states, "Finally, put an end to your procrastination and your dilatory treatment of nonsense and a mere farce such as the exam. If only you were first here, and we could talk about more than paper can bear." And so it continued in the letters that followed. The background of this continued urging we find not least in Bauer's constantly stated view that with the collision of the church and science, a political and social crisis of historical dimensions would arise. On March 1, he wrote, "The time is becoming increasingly terrible and more beautiful. Everywhere, the emergence of the most decisive antagonisms and the feudal Chinese police system that wishes to cover them up and only contributes to strengthening them. Finally, philosophy, which in this Chinese oppression 235 will emancipate itself and lead the struggle, whereas the state, in its blindness, will hand over the reins. On April 5, 1840, Bauer informed Marx, "The catastrophe will be terrible, profound, and I'd almost like to say, it will be greater and more tremendous than the one with which Christianity entered into the world. What's coming is too certain to be unsure for even a moment. The enemy powers have now moved so close that one blow will decide." It would be interesting to know how Marx reacted to these expectations on the part of Bauer. Apparently, he did not contradict him, since in Bauer's letters there is no attempt to convince a doubtful Marx. 236 Bauer wanted Marx, as the companion he obviously trusted the most, at his side for the coming struggles. "Come to Bonn," Bauer wrote on March 31, 1841, "this nest will maybe soon become the object of general attention and we can bring about the crisis here at its most important moments." What did Marx and Bauer find so attractive in each other that they developed such an intense relationship? Both had sharp minds and were able to deal with an enormous amount of reading in a short period of time. Both were immensely interested in the political and intellectual developments of their time. But that wasn't all. Bauer pursued his own concept with admirable consistency. He was not only intellectually consistent, not recoiling from any conclusion, he was also politically consistent, without much regard for his situation, as his critique of Hengstenberg showed. The young Marx, whose strict principles his father had quickly perceived, was probably deeply impressed in both regards. At least a few aspects of his notion of critique were probably formed by the relationship with Bruno Bauer, notions to which Marx still adhered after things had come to a break between the two at the end of 1842. Not only did he write in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher that what was now important was ruthless criticism of all that exists, ruthless both in the sense of not being afraid of the results it arrives at and in the sense of being just as little afraid of conflict with the powers that be. More than 40 years later, Marx, occasioned by a proposal brought to him and Engels to found a scientific socialist journal with people whose abilities he didn't trust, formulated, "In such company ruthlessness the prime requirement in all criticism becomes impossible." But the young Marx also had something to offer. His early atheism might be an explanation for why he was recognized so quickly in the Doctors' Club, whose members, as far as we know, were all considerably older than Marx and initially possessed much more philosophical knowledge. He surely also made an impression with his quick comprehension and reading workload. But that he was also quickly accepted as someone from whom the older ones could learn, which emerges from Koppen's letter to Marx from June 3, 1841, quoted at the beginning of this chapter, could have also been due to the unself-consciousness with which Marx advocated atheist positions. The other members of the club came from Protestant families, and not only Bauer but also Koppen and Ruttenberg had initially started out studying theology. They were all far more strongly rooted in the Christian Protestant world of belief than Marx ever was. In the case of a strong religious bond, parting from faith is not only an intellectual problem but also an emotional one. The young Marx did not have such an emotional attachment to faith, and his poems suggest that in the club discussions he treated not just theology but also religion rather disrespectfully. When Marx joined the Doctors' Club in the summer of 1837, it had been exactly a year and a half since Bruno Bauer had defended the virgin birth of Jesus, and he was still the editor of a conservative theological publication. It's improbable that Bauer was then an atheist. But then it couldn't have been Bauer who brought Marx to atheism, as for example McClellan suggests. Rather, it could have been the other way around, that Marx was the one who led his friend Bauer to atheism in the years 1838 and 1839, or at least encouraged him on his path to atheism. This would also fit the finding cited above that Bauer had already become an atheist before his critique of the Gospels. In 1840-41, Bauer and Marx planned to publish a journal together. The earliest reference to this journal is found in Bauer's letter to Marx from March 28, 1841. However, Bauer and Marx must have come to an agreement on this early on, perhaps during Bauer's visit to Berlin in the autumn of 1840. In any case, in his letter, Bauer assumed the familiarity of the plan for a journal. This summer, the journal has to happen. It's unbearable. The Berlin claptrap and the dullness of the Hallisjahrbucher is coming increasingly to light. The terrorism of the true theory must clear the field. This true theory could only be provided by a few, since for Bauer it was clear that we can only admit a few collaborators. 237. The title of the journal isn't given in Bauer's letters, but Ruge mentioned the plan for it in a letter to Adolf Starr from September 8, 1841, it will be a journal of atheism. This was not a mere characterization by Ruge, but the actual plan title, as confirmed by a report of the Mannheimer Abendzeitung from February 28, 1843, Dr. Marx is a friend of Bruno Bauer, with whom he had earlier wished to publish a philosophical theological journal in Bonn which was supposed to be based on the standpoints of Bauer's critique of the Gospels and bear the title Archiv des Atheismus. Although the journal was never founded, what was expected of it was described by George Jung, one of the co-founders of the Rheinischen-Zeitung, in October 1841 in a letter to Arnold Ruge. Dr. Marx, Dr. Bauer, and L. Feuerbach are associating with each other around a theological philosophical journal. Then may all the angels flock around the old Lord God, and may he have mercy upon himself, for these three will certainly throw him out of his heaven and hang a trial around his neck. To boot, Marx at least calls the Christian religion one of the most immoral. By the way, he is, despite being a rather desperate revolutionary, one of the sharpest minds I know. Marx's dissertation projects. Today, if one takes to hand a doctoral dissertation in medicine or in one of the natural sciences, it's usually a rather thin work dealing with a narrowly delimited special problem. Things look different in the humanities and social sciences, where dissertations are typically extensive and sometimes constitute a substantial contribution to the discussion in the respective field. But this wasn't always the case in Germany. Only in the late 1950s, when degrees below the level of doctorate were introduced in Germany that also required a written assignment, did the scope and quality of doctoral dissertations increase considerably. Up until then, one could still obtain a doctorate in the humanities and social sciences with a non-extensive work that was dedicated to a secondary, special problem. In the case of many scholars of the 19th century, the dissertation is their least interesting work. To that extent, Bruno Bauer's urging mentioned in the last section that Marx should end the farce quickly is understandable. At the time, one wrote a doctoral dissertation in a few months. The truly independent scholarly work began not with a dissertation, but afterward. If we take these circumstances into consideration, then it's not self-evident that after scarcely 3.5 years of studying, Marx would require such a long time to prepare his dissertation on the difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature. The first excerpts on this topic come from the beginning of 1839, but Marx submitted his dissertation over 2 years later, in April 1841. One of the reasons for the long time it took was that Marx did not exclusively occupy himself with his dissertation. As we have just seen, he also occupied himself intensively with topics having to do with the philosophy of religion, whereby he planned not only to publish individual articles, but also an entire book. Another reason was that Marx approached his dissertation considerably more thoroughly than was usual back then. Even if Marx did not take a stand with regard to all points that interested him, the dissertation from 1841 provides important insight into the philosophical positions he had reached in the 4 years since his turn to Hegel's philosophy in 1837.238. Marx's studies in the history of philosophy and his first dissertation project. As we know from a letter from Marx's mother, in October of 1838 she sent him money for the doctoral fees. He probably used this money to pay his living costs, but he must have had concrete plans for his dissertation at this time. At the beginning of 1839, the first excerpts were made, which Marx titled Notebooks on Epicurean Philosophy. By the spring of 1840, he had produced a total of 7 such notebooks. Apparently he had decided upon Epicurus as a topic for his dissertation at the end of 1838. When exactly, and above all, why Marx chose Epicurean philosophy as a topic we don't know, no statement by him on this has survived. However, we will soon see that the selection of this topic is not surprising. Marx's view of the history of philosophy was strongly influenced by Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy, published between 1833 and 1836. In the foreword to his dissertation, Marx wrote that the history of philosophy can in general be dated from Hegel's admirably great and bold plan. Hegel did not understand the history of philosophy simply as a sequence of more or less arbitrary doctrines, rather, he attempted to uncover an inner coherence and explained that the historical succession of the systems of philosophy is the same as the succession in the logical derivation of the idea's conceptual determinations. My contention is that, by stripping away from the basic concepts of the systems appearing in the history of philosophy whatever pertains to their external configuration, to their application to particular concerns, and the like, we are left with the different stages of determination of the idea itself in its logical concepts. 239 What initially sounds like a strong parallel between the development of the history of philosophy and conceptual logical development is thus immediately constrained. One must know how to discern these pure concepts within what the historical shape contains. The temporal sequence in history also differs in one respect from the sequence in the order of the concepts, although showing in detail what this involves would lead us too far afield from our purpose. 240 However, Hegel certainly attempted to grasp the philosophical systems at a general, categorical level. Thus, for him, the post-Aristotelian philosophers of Stoicism, Epicureanism, and Skepticism are philosophies of self-consciousness. They attempted to gain the freedom of self-consciousness through thought. 241. These three philosophies emerged at a time of decline for the Greek polis. With the gigantic empire of Alexander and the still colossal successor empires into which the Alexandrian Empire dissolved, the manageable world of the polis was no longer the center of the world for Greek thought, and free citizens deciding upon the political fate of their commonwealth was a thing of the past. Philosophical interest was now directed more than before toward practical life management on the part of the individual, and Stoicism, Epicureanism, and Skepticism provided support in different ways. Here, too, what Hegel stated in the preface to the Philosophy of Right was demonstrated: philosophy is its own time comprehended in thoughts. Hegel's characterization of these schools as philosophies of self-consciousness, which already amounts to a valorization with regard to the history of philosophy in Hegel's time, a history that only saw epigonism and eclecticism in these three systems, must have attracted the attention of the young Hegelians, since the concept of self-consciousness played a central role in the debates over Hegel's philosophy of religion. For Bruno Bauer, with whom Marx was in close contact, the term acquired central importance in 1840–41. Friedrich Koppen as well, in his book on Frederick the Great, which was dedicated to Marx, pointed to Stoicism, Epicureanism, and Skepticism as sources of Friedrich's philosophical conception, whereby Koppen saw a parallel between the Enlightenment of the 18th century and the Epicureans as the enlighteners of antiquity. In the preface to his dissertation, Marx mentions the treatment of these philosophers in the essay of My Friend Koppen. What spoke in particular for an engagement with Epicurus was his pronounced critical attitude toward religion. Epicurus did not dispute the existence of the gods, however, he assumed that they lived in their own world and were completely uninterested in the world of humans. Human worship of the gods, cults of sacrifice, etc., was thus regarded as unpleasant superstition. This attitude, along with the emphasis upon a sensual life, made Epicurus hated among the religious and conservatives of antiquity. 242. It's doubtful whether Marx from the outset had in mind as the topic for his dissertation a comparison of the philosophies of nature of Epicurus and Democritus. In the notebooks on Epicurean philosophy, the fifth notebook deals somewhat extensively with Democritus, and in the seventh notebook, Marx writes, Epicurus's philosophy of nature is basically Democritean. There is no talk of a fundamental difference. The notebooks give the impression that Marx was primarily interested in a systematic reconstruction of Epicurus's philosophy. A hint he made in a letter to Ferdinand Lassalle from May 31, 1858, points in this direction. Lassalle had sent Marx his book on Heraclitus and asked for his opinion. In his reply, Marx says that he had once written a similar work on Epicurus, namely the portrayal of a complete system from fragments. Of the numerous writings of Epicurus, in Marx's time the only ones known were 3 letters and a collection of quotations that Diogenes Laertius had passed down in his popular work on the lives and opinions of eminent philosophers. The situation doesn't look much better today as far as sources go. In the papyrus rolls from Herculaneum, a city buried by the outbreak of Vesuvius in 79 AD, 9 fragments from Epicurus's writings were found, and in 1888, a further collection of Epicurus's teaching was found in the Vatican Library in a medieval manuscript, which, however, did not provide any essential new insights. In Marx's time, there was no separate collection of ancient sources on Epicurus, he had to make one himself. 243 Other than the main ancient sources used by Hegel alongside Diogenes Laertius, mainly Sixtus Empiricus and Plutarch, Marx relied upon the poem De Rerum Natura by Lucretius, an enthusiastic follower of Epicurus whom Hegel had not used and that Marx initially underestimated. It goes without saying that but little use can be made of Lucretius, he noted in the first sentence of his Lucretius excerpt. But Marx soon changed his estimation and emphasized how infinitely more philosophically Lucretius grasps Epicurus than does Plutarch. 244 It was while reading Lucretius that Marx first realized the enormous significance of the declination of the movement of atoms. It was one of the most profound conclusions, and it is based on the very essence of the Epicurean philosophy. This point would also be extremely important for his dissertation. Excerpts of these main sources fill the first 5 notebooks on Epicurean philosophy. Notebooks 6 and 7 contain supplementary excerpts from the works of other authors that only occasionally mention Epicurus, such as Cicero, Seneca, or Stobaeus. The excerpts were frequently interrupted by Marx's sometimes longer remarks, in which he attempted to clarify the relation of Epicurean philosophy to the development of Greek philosophy as a whole, as well as to its opponents. Probably in the first half of 1840, about the same time as the last notebook on Epicurean philosophy, or immediately afterward, Marx made an excerpt of parts of Aristotle's text on the soul that also included extensive translations. The mega-editors do not see any concrete occasion for this excerpt, but rather attribute it to Marx's general interest in Aristotle. But since Marx had been preparing a dissertation for over a year and would have had an interest in concluding his studies quickly if for no other reason than financial ones, it's not plausible that he made such a comprehensive excerpt for no concrete reason. One interesting hypothesis, which can explain not only the creation of this excerpt, was developed by the Jena classical philologist Gunther Schmidt. Using references and allusions from the notebooks on Epicurean philosophy, Schmidt demonstrated that Marx already possessed thorough knowledge of other works by Aristotle, namely the Physics, the Metaphysics, and the text on generation and corruption. So the excerpts from the text on the soul do not stand alone, rather, they complete an intensive study of Aristotle's central works. And there Schmidt drew a direct connection to Marx's dissertation project. His plausible hypothesis is that Marx initially endeavored to make a direct comparison between Epicurus's philosophy and that of Aristotle. It has frequently been pointed out that Marx's dissertation is not just concerned with a comparison of the philosophies of Epicurus and Democritus, but also with the relation between the philosophy of Epicurus and that of Aristotle, but Schmidt goes a step further by determining that this comparison is not just background but is the original project of Marx's dissertation. Schmidt sees a longer comment that Marx makes in the 5th notebook, after concluding his Lucretius excerpt, as the first draft of an introduction for this initial dissertation project. 245 Since Marx also did a test translation into Latin of a paragraph of this comment, Schmidt concludes that Marx wanted to submit this dissertation in Berlin, where a Latin paper was required. The text Schmidt discusses is extraordinarily dense. It announces Marx's intention, as in the history of philosophy there are nodal points which raise philosophy in itself to concretion, apprehend abstract principles in a totality, and thus break off the rectilinear process, so also there are moments when philosophy turns its eyes to the external world, and no longer apprehends it, but, as a practical person, weaves, as it were, intrigues with the world, emerges from the transparent kingdom of Amenthus and throws itself on the breast of the worldly siren. That is the carnival of philosophy, whether it disguises itself as a dog like the Cynic, in priestly vestments like the Alexandrian 246 or in fragrant spring array like the Epicurean. It is essential that philosophy should then wear character masks. Point 247 But as Prometheus, having stolen fire from heaven, begins to build houses and to settle upon the earth, so philosophy, expanded to be the whole world, turns against the world of appearance. The same now with the philosophy of Hegel. With the talk of nodal points by which philosophy is raised to concretion, Marx directly ties into Hegel, who wrote that in the history of philosophy, nodal points such as this must arise in the line of progression of philosophical development, because the truth is concrete. Hegel saw such a node of the concrete in the philosophy of Plato. Marx establishes that not only are there such nodal points, but also moments in which the entire mode of philosophy changes, it turns to the external world in a comprehending way, but as a practical person. Philosophy costumes itself as a practical person, it is its carnival. 248 However, this turn to the world is not an affirmative one, philosophy turns against the appearing world, as Hegel's philosophy now does. Marx thus establishes a link to contemporary conflicts, in which Feuerbach, Ruge, and Bauer, each in his own way, criticized Hegel's philosophy, but also deployed it against the appearing world, namely against the religious and philosophical conditions in Prussia. Marx writes at the end of this text that it's important for the historian of philosophy that this turnabout of philosophy, its transubstantiation into flesh and blood, varies according to the determination which a philosophy total and concrete in itself bears as its birthmark, so that reasoning back from the determinate character of this turnabout, we can form a conclusion concerning the immanent determination and the world historical character of the process of development of a philosophy. Marx brings this deliberation to the decisive point that allows him to speak in the first person for the first time in this text, since I hold that the attitude of the Epicurean philosophy is such a form of Greek philosophy, may this also be my justification if, instead of presenting moments out of the preceding Greek philosophies as conditions of the life of the Epicurean philosophy, I reason back from the latter to draw conclusions about the former and thus let it itself formulate its own particular position. But this project of reasoning, from Epicurean philosophy to the particular character of Greek philosophy, which expressed an emphatic difference to Hegel's conception, was not tackled by Marx. Notebooks 6 and 7 continue with excerpts on Epicurus, and at the end of Notebook 7, Marx states with some surprise, it is of substantial significance that the cycle of the three Greek philosophical systems, which complete pure Greek philosophy, the Epicurean, the Stoic and the Sceptic, take over their main elements from the past as they were already there. And yet these systems are original and form a whole. Marx must have engaged intensively with Stoicism and skepticism in the period that followed. This is not just suggested by the foreword to his dissertation. There, he refers to his dissertation as the preliminary to a larger work in which I shall present in detail the cycle of Epicurean, Stoic, and Sceptic philosophy in their relation to the whole of Greek speculation. These systems are the key to the true history of Greek philosophy. In the 1845-46 manuscript St. Max as well, which belongs to the bundle of the German ideology, Marx and Engels dealt in detail within the context of their critique of Max Stirner with his treatment of these three systems. It's improbable that Engels contributed the knowledge on Stoicism and skepticism. During his 1 year in Berlin, he occupied himself primarily with Schelling, Hegel, and the critique of the New Testament. It's more plausible that besides the Aristotle excerpts that haven't survived, there were also notebooks on Stoicism and skepticism that perished. The only surviving works from that time until the completion of his dissertation are excerpts from various works by Leibniz, from Hume's A Treatise on Human Nature, from Spinoza's Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, and from a book by Rosenkranz about Kant, all of which probably date from the beginning of 1841. Along with the Aristotle excerpt, they are referred to as the Berlin Notebooks. A quotation from the Hume excerpt was incorporated into the foreword of the dissertation, and Leibniz is briefly mentioned in 2 passages of the text, but otherwise these excerpts have no connection to it. They also do not contain any remarks by Marx, they are a pure collection of material. Perhaps they were intended to serve as preparation for an oral doctoral examination in Berlin. Bauer had written to Marx on March 30, 1840, that he had heard that oral exams in Berlin always revolved around Aristotle, Spinoza, Leibniz, nothing else. Probably dating from 1840 is a fragment on Plutarch, which in the first Mega and in the Mu and MECW editions was erroneously regarded as a fragment of the lost appendix to the dissertation. Like the surviving dissertation manuscript, this fragment was not written in Marx's own hand. However, the handwriting for this fragment is not identical to that of the copyist of the dissertation manuscript and parts of the Spinoza excerpt. That means that in the years 1840-41 Marx employed at least 2 copyists. Who they were, we don't know. Also unanswered is the question of when and why Marx decided upon the topic of his dissertation, the difference between the philosophies of nature of Epicurus and Democritus. In the notebooks, such a difference is not yet emphasized. Taubert/Labusk suspect that between the notebooks and the start of work on the dissertation manuscript, there was a further stage of researching sources, from which, however, no excerpts have survived. The dissertation manuscript. On April 6, 1841, Marx sent his dissertation, The Difference Between the Democritean and Epicurean Philosophy of Nature, to the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Jena. Apparently Marx prepared his dissertation for publication, but it did not come to that. In 1902 sections of the dissertation were published as part of the edition of the literary estates of Marx, Engels, and Lassalle procured by Mehring. A complete version of the surviving manuscript, which encompasses only a part of the dissertation, was published by David Ryazanov in 1927 in the first Mega. The edition in the Mu and many translations is based upon that one. But it was only with the publication for the second Mega in 1976 that a number of deciphering errors and the erroneous ordering of the Plutarch fragment could be eliminated. The publication of Marx's dissertation was consequently impeded. The rule common in Germany today that a dissertation has to be published only took hold later in the 19th century. The copy that Marx sent to Jena is lost. After the Second World War, Marx's doctoral records were found in Jena, but not his dissertation. What has survived is merely an incomplete copy by an unknown scribe. However, it's not certain whether this copy, intended as a print template, is identical with the copy submitted in Jena. It's probably not the case that Marx sent the title page to Jena, on which the title Doctor of Philosophy is written under the author's name, nor the foreword dated March 1841, which contains not only a clear confession of atheism, but mention of the completed doctorate, since Marx still wanted to receive a doctorate from the university. Whether there are changes to the text cannot be verified, but it would be quite plausible. With the submitted dissertation, Marx wished to obtain a doctorate at a university that he previously had had nothing to do with. Since he was not necessarily looking for a political confrontation from which he could gain nothing, this would be all too understandable. 249 The case is different with the publication of the work. There, the point would have been public impact. According to the table of contents, the dissertation encompassed 2 parts, difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature in general and difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature in detail, as well as an appendix, critique of Plutarch's polemic against the theology of Epicurus. From the first part, the last 2 subsections are missing, however, the notes on the missing sections are available. The second part has survived completely. The text of the appendix is entirely missing, but here again the notes on the first half of the appendix are available. In the case of the missing parts, the question arises of whether the scribe copied them and they were subsequently lost, or whether they were not available for him to copy, because Marx still wanted to revise them. One can at least presume the latter with regard to the missing passages of the first part. The scribe numbered the pages of the first part but did not number the pages of the second part. In the case that the scribe had begun with the copy of the second part before he was finished with the first part, the matter can be explained simply: the scribe wanted to wait for the pagination of the second part until he knew how many pages the first part encompassed. The surviving notes of the missing parts of the text also exhibit a peculiarity. In the main text, Marx had usually reproduced statements by ancient authors in German, either directly or summarized in his own formulations. In the notes, he not only provided sources, but also the original quotations in Greek or Latin. Only for the missing sections are there notes that deviate from this. Among them are 2 comments, each with a length of multiple pages, which refer to contemporary debates over Hegel's philosophy as well as to Schelling and the proofs for the existence of God. It's possible the text to which these notes refer had already gone beyond the discussion of Greek philosophy, and Marx wanted to further develop it for publication, and thus he did not give these parts of the text to the copyist. Atoms and self-consciousness. Greek philosophy seems to have met with something with which a good tragedy is not supposed to meet, namely, a dull ending. The objective history of philosophy in Greece seems to come to an end with Aristotle, Greek philosophy's Alexander of Macedon. Epicureans, Stoics, and Sceptics are regarded as an almost improper addition bearing no relation to its powerful premises. Thus begins the first part of Marx's dissertation. As in the notebooks and the foreword, Marx opposes the underestimation of post-Aristotelian philosophy. He presents his dissertation as the first example of evidence for his thesis, whereby he emphasizes that it's not an easy task, since it is an old and entrenched prejudice to identify Democritean and Epicurean physics, so that Epicurus's modifications are seen as only arbitrary vagaries. Democritus and Epicurus were both atomists. They proceeded from the assumption that the world was built out of the smallest particles, atoms, and in Marx's day, Epicurus was seen merely as an epigone of Democritus with regard to atomic theory. To that extent, it's not accurate, as Marx writes in his foreword, that he had solved a heretofore unsolved problem. It was not seen as a problem, and certainly not as an unsolved one. To that extent, with his work Marx was breaking new ground in the history of philosophy. If one speaks of atoms today, one thinks of atom bombs and atomic power plants. In the case of both, tremendous energy is released by splitting the nuclei of atoms. It's part of general education today to know that atoms consist of a positively charged nucleus and a negatively charged shell. And whoever is a little interested in physics also knows that the elementary particles of which atoms consist are not indivisible, they can transform into each other. The objects that we call atoms today are missing the property expressed in the name, that of indivisibility. Greek atomism is distinct from modern physics not just in terms of the content of the term atom, but also in terms of method. The ancient conception that the world consists of atoms moving through an otherwise empty space was not the result of experimental studies, it was one of 2 possible answers to the question of whether materials are infinitely divisible, or whether they are composed of the smallest indivisible bodies. Aristotle among others criticized atomic theory. In Marx's time, atomic physics in the modern sense did not yet exist. However, chemistry, since the beginning of the 19th century, had assumed that chemical elements consist of similar atoms. Only toward the end of the 19th century did it become clear through experiment that these atoms are not compact, but rather possess an inner structure. We must distinguish 2 different levels of argument in Marx's dissertation. On the one hand, Marx argues purely in terms of the history of philosophy. Relying upon numerous sources, he confronts the conceptions of Democritus and Epicurus. On the other hand, he interprets Epicurus' conceptions using his own categories, stemming from Hegel above all essence, appearance, and self-consciousness. It is not simply an application of these categories, but a free usage that builds a bridge between the theory of atoms and the discussion of the position of human beings in society. Here it is made clear what Marx meant when he wrote to La Salle on December 21, 1857, that he had conducted his study of Epicurus for 250 rather than philosophical reasons. The first part of the dissertation concerns the difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophies of nature in general. Marx shows that Democritus and Epicurus both proceed from the existence of atoms and their movement in empty space, but otherwise have completely different views. Regarding the question of the truth and certainty of human knowledge, one finds, according to Marx, a contradiction with Democritus, to the extent that, on the one hand, he ascribes truth to phenomena, but, on the other hand, also claims that the truth only exists in the hidden and that can only mean, not in phenomena, since these are not hidden. Epicurus, in contrast, holds to the perception of the senses as the incontrovertible criterion of truth. This difference in their theoretical judgments corresponds to a difference in their scientific practice. Democritus is dissatisfied with philosophical reflection, he constantly explores new fields of knowledge and makes countless journeys in order to gather new knowledge. However, Epicurus is satisfied with philosophy and has contempt for positive sciences. The most important difference for Marx is their positions toward determinism. Whereas Democritus sees the world as ruled by necessity and dismisses chance as a human fiction, Epicurus disputes the necessity of what occurs and emphasizes that some things depend upon chance, while others depend upon our arbitrariness. Marx points out the consequences of this rejection of necessity for individual humans with a quote from Epicurus cited by Seneca: "It is a misfortune to live in necessity, but to live in necessity is not a necessity." On all sides many short and easy paths to freedom are open. In explaining individual phenomena, Epicurus thus does not claim a particular explanation, instead he regards everything as possible to the extent it does not contradict the perception of the senses. Epicurus emphasizes ataraxy as the aim of knowledge, which Marx sharpens to a point. Epicurus confesses finally that his method of explaining aims only at the ataraxy of self-consciousness, not at knowledge of nature in and for itself, a difference that's about to become important. In the second part of the dissertation, Marx turns to the declination of atomic movement. Democritus knew only two types of atomic movement, falling in a straight line and repulsion of the atoms. Epicurus introduces declination as the third type of atomic movement, a small deviation from falling in a straight line, a deviation that itself has no cause. Marx interprets Epicurus so that with the fall in a straight line, he depicted the movement of a dependent body, which expressed the materiality of atoms. With declination, in contrast, the movement of an independent body not subordinate to necessity is depicted. This movement expresses the form determination of atoms. According to Marx, Lucretius was the only one among the ancient writers who understood the meaning of declination, stating he is correct when he maintains that the declination breaks the fati fidera. Only on the basis of the declination of atomic movement can Epicurus dispute Democritus's deterministic view of the world. 251 And, this is the important point for Marx, only on the basis of the rejection of determinism is freedom possible. The declination of atomic movement is for Marx not a particular determination which appears accidentally in Epicurean physics. On the contrary, the law it expresses goes through the whole Epicurean philosophy. How this swerve asserts itself is hinted at by the following paragraph. The entire Epicurean philosophy swerves away from the restrictive mode of being wherever the concept of abstract individuality, self-sufficiency, and negation of all relation to other things must be represented in its existence. The purpose of action is to be found therefore in abstracting, swerving away from pain and confusion, in ataraxy. Hence the good is the flight from evil, pleasure the swerving away from suffering. Finally, where abstract individuality appears in its highest freedom and independence, in its totality, there it follows that the being which is swerved away from, is all being. For this reason, the gods swerve away from the world, do not bother with it and live outside it. Marx sees in the question concerning the properties of atoms a difference between Democritus and Epicurus as important as that of declination. Marx interprets the sources in such a way that Democritus does not attribute any properties to atoms, and the properties of the world of appearances emerges from the different combinations of atoms. In contrast, Epicurus maintains, on the one hand, that the invariable atoms cannot possess any properties, since properties are variable, but, on the other hand, it is a necessary consequence to attach various properties to atoms, since the many atoms that repel each other must also be different. Marx sharpens this contradiction with the categories of Hegel's logic. Through the qualities the atom acquires an existence which contradicts its concept, it is assumed as an externalist being different from its essence. This contradiction between essence and existence, between form and material is, for Marx, in the case of the Epicurean atom, an inevitable, necessary contradiction. Through the quality the atom is alienated from its concept, but at the same time is perfected in its construction. It is from repulsion and the ensuing conglomerations of the qualified atoms that the world of appearance now emerges. In this transition from the world of essence to the world of appearance, the contradiction in the concept of the atom clearly reaches its harshest realization. For the atom is conceptually the absolute, essential form of nature. This absolute form has now been degraded to absolute matter, to the formless substrate of the world of appearance. Marx thus expresses what he regards as a consequence of the Epicurean conception of the atom, but he does not formulate his own natural philosophy, and certainly not any dialectical atomism as Schaeffer imputes to him. Hegel had in his science of logic not simply juxtaposed essence and appearance. The section appearance begins with the programmatic sentence essence must appear. And actuality is the unity of essence and concrete existence, in its shapeless essence and unstable appearance. Have their truth. However, Hegel discusses the relation of being, essence, appearance, and actuality on a fundamental categorical level. Marx's argument operates on a different level. He uses the conceptual network crafted by Hegel to examine the inner logic of Epicurus's deliberations on atoms. As can be gleaned from the correspondence, Marx engaged intensively with Hegel's logic in the years 1840–41. In the first letter from Bauer to Marx, he writes of Marx's logical lucubrations, which must have been referring to weaknesses in Hegel's doctrine of essence. If you could work afresh on essence, wrote Bauer. The fact that in later letters, both Bauer and Koppen assumed Marx wanted to write a treatise against Trendelenburg also suggests an engagement with the logic. Friedrich Adolf Trendelenburg was from 1833 an associate professor and from 1837 an ordinary professor of philosophy at the University of Berlin. In 1840, he had published his Logical Investigations, in which among other things he had dealt critically with Hegel's logic and understanding of science. Behind Marx's application of Hegel's categories stood an intensive engagement with Hegel's logic. However, that which we find in the dissertation is not Marx's own theory on the relation of essence and appearance, but rather the reconstruction of the inner logic of a foreign theory by means of Hegel's categories. 252. Many years later, in his manuscripts on the critique of political economy, Marx again deployed the language of an essence standing opposite to appearance, which was frequently understood as a reference to a sort of hidden world, a reference that was regarded by critics as a relapse into pre-scientific metaphysics and by adherents as a higher form of knowledge. Against this, Marx's dissertation makes clear that his consideration of the relation between essence and appearance, even in this early period, was considerably more complex than such simplifying conceptions assume. Yet, in his dissertation, Marx doesn't just bring categories of Hegel's logic into play, but also that of self-consciousness. He thus sees, as did Epicurus, repulsion as a consequence of declination. It is the only way that abstract individual atoms can relate to one another. Marx thus draws the conclusion, repulsion is the first form of self-consciousness. To the extent the atom refers to itself, in that it refers to other atoms, repulsion has the general shape of self-consciousness. It corresponds therefore to that self-consciousness which conceives itself as immediate being, as abstractly individual. The fact that Epicurus saw the covenant in politics and friendship in the social sphere as the highest good, Marx thus interprets as dealing with more concrete forms of the repulsion. Later, Marx writes that the atom is the natural form of abstract, individual self-consciousness. He quite obviously uses the Epicurean atom here as a metaphor for social relations based upon the interrelation of isolated individuals. A further statement on the atom also has to be seen against this background. Since the atom, presupposed as abstractly individual and complete, cannot actualize itself as the idealizing and pervading power, Marx concludes that abstract individuality is freedom from being, not freedom in being. What does that mean? Human existence is relationship, interaction between humans. If human beings exist as abstract individuality, then they have no relationship as human beings to each other, they are thus free of human existence. With self-consciousness as an interpretive grid, Marx attempts in the final section of the second part of his dissertation to clarify an apparent anomaly in Epicurus's natural philosophy, his treatment of meteors, whereby Epicurus's usage of the term refers to all celestial phenomena. Whereas in the entirety of Greek philosophy, heavenly bodies and their movements were seen as eternal and immutable, Epicurus disputes precisely that. Aristotle had already pointed out that humans tend to connect the immortal with the eternal, and therefore believed the immortal gods would have their seat in eternal heaven. For Epicurus, the greatest confusion of the soul arises from such a belief. Aristotle reproached the ancients for their belief that heaven required the support of Atlas. Point 253. Epicurus, on the other hand, blames those who believe that man needs heaven. He finds the Atlas by whom heaven is supported in human stupidity and superstition. Epicurus thus did not justify his rejection of prevailing notions about heavenly bodies on the basis of empirical insights, but on the basis of the effects of these notions. With them, one would throw oneself into the arms of myth and superstition. Marx makes the statement more pointedly: since eternity of the heavenly bodies would disturb the ataraxy of self-consciousness, it is a necessary, a stringent consequence that they are not eternal. But this priority of the ataraxy of self-consciousness is for Marx not yet the whole point of Epicurus' argument. Epicurus presented atoms as the immutable, independent building blocks of the world. The eternal heavenly bodies, which unlike dependent bodies do not move in a straight line but like independent bodies in a curved orbit, are, according to Marx, the atoms become real. But instead of celebrating this result, Epicurus feels that here his previous categories break down, that the method of his theory becomes different. What has happened? Epicurus' entire philosophy of nature, according to Marx, is traversed by the contradiction between essence and existence, between form and matter. In the heavenly bodies, this contradiction is extinguished, the antagonistic moments are reconciled. With this reconciliation, matter ceases to be affirmation of abstract self-consciousness. On the basis of the reconciliation of matter and form, matter in the heavenly bodies has ceased to be abstract individuality, it is now universality. Marx concludes, in the meteors, therefore, abstract individual self-consciousness is met by its contradiction, shining in its materialist form, the universal which has become existence and nature. Hence it recognizes in the meteors its deadly enemy, and it ascribes to them, as Epicurus does, all the anxiety and confusion of men. Indeed, the anxiety and dissolution of the abstract individual is precisely the universal. The meteors thus do not disturb the ataraxy of self-consciousness, rather, they disturb the ataraxy of abstract individual self-consciousness. Epicurus's concentration upon abstract individual self-consciousness has an enormous disadvantage, since all true and real science is done away with inasmuch as individuality does not rule within the nature of things themselves, but everything is also done away with that which is transcendentally related to human consciousness and therefore belongs to the imagining mind. These transcendental powers are subordinated to abstract universal self-consciousness, that self-consciousness that grasps itself as part of a divine universality. Marx therefore arrives at the judgment that Epicurus is the greatest representative of Greek Enlightenment. Point 254. establishing Epicurus as a representative of enlightenment against the prevailing philosophical doctrine, including that of Hegel, and thus rehabilitating his critique of religion, was probably for Marx the most politically important result of his work. In the final paragraph, he summarizes the yield for the history of philosophy of the comparison of the philosophies of nature of Democritus and Epicurus. In Epicurus, therefore, atomistics with all its contradictions has been carried through and completed as the natural science of self-consciousness. This self-consciousness under the form of abstract individuality is an absolute principle. Epicurus has thus carried atomistics to its final conclusion, which is its dissolution and conscious opposition to the universal. For Democritus, on the other hand, the atom is only the general objective expression of the empirical investigation of nature as a whole. God and immortality. According to the table of contents, the appendix to Marx's dissertation, Critique of Plutarch's polemic against the theology of Epicurus, was supposed to encompass two main parts, I. The relationship of man to God, and 2. Individual immortality. Notes and sources exist only for the first part, which is made clear by the subheadings incorporated into the notes section. Since there were still empty pages in the notebook containing these notes, one can assume that the notes for the second part of the appendix were not lost but were not made available to the copyist. That Marx during the process of copying or shortly thereafter worked on the appendix is made clear by the fact that the last footnote to the first part of the appendix was not written by the copyist, but rather by Marx. But if the appendix was not yet finished, then it was also not submitted with the dissertation. In terms of content, this would not have been a problem, since the appendix contributes nothing to the philosophical historical topic of the work and the question regarding the difference between the Epicurean and Democritean philosophies of nature. In the foreword, which was probably also not sent to Jena, Marx characterizes Plutarch's polemic as representative of an ispice, in that it most strikingly presents in itself the relation of the theologizing intellect to philosophy, which makes clear that Marx saw parallels to the theologically motivated attacks on Hegel's philosophy in the 1830s. Marx leaves no doubt about his own position in this dispute. He does not consider it possible, as Hegel claimed, to mediate between philosophy and religion. Philosophy makes no secret of it. The confession of Prometheus, in simple words, "I hate the pack of gods," is its own confession, its own aphorism against all heavenly and earthly gods. How Marx wished to argue in the appendix emerges from the third of his notebooks on Epicurean philosophy, where he deals extensively with Plutarch's critique of the theological notions of Epicurus. Whereas Epicurus understands human beings' fear of God to be something bad, which Marx affirms in one of the notes in the appendix with corresponding quotations from Holbach's The System of Nature, Plutarch argues that this fear protects humans from committing evil. Marx retorts in the third notebook, what is then the essence of the empirically evil? That the individual shuts himself off from his eternal nature in his empirical nature, but is that not the same as to shut his eternal nature out of himself, to apprehend it in the form of persistent isolation in self, in the form of the empirical, and hence to consider it as an empirical God outside self? In this relation God is merely what is common to all the consequences that empirical evil actions can have. This makes clear that Marx's critique of religion points in a similar direction to that published by Feuerbach in the spring of 1841 in The Essence of Christianity. The essence of God is merely the externalized, autonomized essence of man. That is not to say that Marx had already anticipated Feuerbach's critique. That which Feuerbach had clearly worked through and reflected upon in many of its consequences is a mere inkling for Marx. What Marx is concerned with here is not the elaboration of the implied concept of God, but rather the proof that Plutarch doesn't say anything other than what Epicurus states without any reference to God: do not act unjustly, so as not to go in continual fear of being punished. In a longer note to the first part of the appendix, Marx deals with the proofs of God. First, apparently in agreement, he quotes from the early writings of Schelling, who in the meantime had become a Christian reactionary, but he is not a weak intellect who does not know an objective God, but he who wants to know one. Marx comments, Herr Schelling should at any rate be advised to give again some thought to his first writings. For the proofs of God, Marx takes the ontological proof already criticized by Kant as an example. This proof states that one can conclude from the idea of a perfect being its existence, since without existence, this being cannot be thought to be perfect. Marx sees two possibilities here: either this proof of God is a hollow tautology, since that which I conceive for myself is a real concept for me, so that with this proof, the existence of every God in which I believe can be proved. This consideration is not sophistry. Did not the ancient Moloch reign? Was not the Delphic Apollo a real power in the life of the Greeks? Kant's critique means nothing in this respect. Why? If an act of imagination is widely shared, then this act of imagination becomes a social power. However, the inverse is also the case. If one brought a foreign god to Greece, one would be shown that this god does not exist. Marx concludes, that which a particular country is for particular alien gods, the country of reason is for God in general, a region in which he ceases to exist. In the country of reason as well, one could just as little prove the existence of God as refute it. Kant was right to that extent. But social behavior would have changed. God would no longer be a universally shared notion, and to that extent he would cease to exist. With this deliberation, Marx stands on the threshold of a discussion of religion that is no longer merely epistemological, but social, and he addresses for the first time the idea of a rationally arranged world. However, neither are pursued. Instead, Marx considers the second possibility: such proofs are proofs of the existence of essential human self-consciousness. Take for example the ontological proof. Which being is immediate when made the subject of thought? Self-consciousness. Taken in this sense, all proofs of the existence of God are proofs of his non-existence. In the third notebook, there's also a critique of Plutarch's belief in immortality, which was supposed to constitute the second part of the appendix. Plutarch's most important argument is the fear of death, from which a striving for an eternal existence, independent of its content, results. Marx counters this by noting that Epicurus advanced the same doctrine of immortality, but that he was consistent enough to call the matter by its name, to say that the animate returns to the atomistic form, that is, the soul dissolves into individual atoms, and only they have an eternal existence. Plutarch is not only inferior to Epicurus argumentatively, he doesn't even know what he is doing, because he constantly affirms Epicurus where he wants to refute him. Marx can therefore summarize: Plutarch everywhere says something else than what he means to say, and at bottom also means something else than what he says. That is in general the relationship of common consciousness to philosophical consciousness. Political philosophical determination of position. It's been frequently discussed whether Marx in his dissertation still promoted philosophical idealism or already endorsed materialism. Underlying such questions is the notion that there is a well-defined idealistic continent and an equally well-defined materialist continent, and that the young Marx, as if on a ferry, moved from one continent to the other, so that one can constantly check how far he'd already come. For Marx himself, these questions play no role in the dissertation. Point 255. Instead of introducing a provisional and to some extent arbitrary concept of materialism against which the dissertation is measured, it appears more sensible to wait until we come to the point at which Marx himself explicitly promotes materialist positions. Only then does it become possible to reconstruct his understanding of materialism and retrospectively pursue the question of when it emerged. Marx made no attempt to locate himself within the relationship between idealism and materialism, but he took a decisive position regarding the disputes conducted in 1839–40 concerning Hegel's philosophy. Marx, himself, had had no chance any more of becoming an orthodox Hegelian. He came too late for that. His reception of Hegel beginning in 1837 developed in the middle of a critical discussion about Hegel. However, as we shall soon see, Marx tried to distance himself from the various factions critical of Hegel. As depicted in this chapter, the young Hegelian authors, Arnold Ruge first and foremost, criticized a subjective accommodation by Hegel of political conditions. Marx deals with this accusation in a longer footnote referring to the final section of the first part of the dissertation, which hasn't survived. It's possible that in those passages not handed down Marx addressed the difference between Epicurus's consciousness and what his philosophy actually expressed. Corresponding observations are found in the seventh notebook, and in 1858, Marx wrote to La Salle that he was still convinced that Epicurus's complete system was only implicitly present in his work, not consciously as a system. In the seventh notebook, there is also an initial determination of the relation between the personality of the philosopher and the history of philosophy. Philosophical historiography is not concerned either with comprehending the personality, be it even the spiritual personality of the philosopher as, in a manner of speaking, the focus and the image of his system. Its concern is to distinguish in each system the determinations themselves, the actual crystallizations pervading the whole system, from the proofs, the justifications in argument, the self-presentation of the philosophers as they know themselves. This critical element in the presentation of a philosophy which has its place in history is absolutely indispensable in order scientifically to expound a system in connection with its historical existence. Evidently on this basis, Marx in a footnote of the dissertation criticizes as philosophically insufficient the thesis that Hegel had adapted his philosophy to political conditions. Also in relation to Hegel it is mere ignorance on the part of his pupils, when they explain one or the other determination of his system by his desire for accommodation and the like, hence, in one word, explain it in terms of morality. What matters to Marx is something quite different from such a moral accusation. It is quite thinkable for a philosopher to fall into one or another apparent inconsistency through some sort of accommodation, he himself may be conscious of it. But what he is not conscious of, is the possibility that this apparent accommodation has its deepest roots in an inadequacy or in an inadequate formulation of his principle itself. Suppose therefore that a philosopher has really accommodated himself, then his pupils must explain from his inner essential consciousness that which for him himself had the form of an exoteric consciousness. In this way, that which appears as progress of conscience is at the same time progress of knowledge. At least with regard to the methodical starting point for the critique of Hegel, of looking for the possibility of accommodation in the system itself, Marx was far ahead of Ruge and approached the level that Feuerbach had already reached, without copying it. Feuerbach had not yet formulated the methodological basis of his critique as clearly as Marx does here. However, the implementation of the critique of Hegel in terms of content was far more advanced in Feuerbach's work than in Marx's. Marx did not remain standing at this methodological reflection. He attempted to order the development of the Hegelian school in a general schema, the rough structure of which he had already outlined in the notebooks. There, Marx argued in the passages that Ernst Gunther Schmidt identified as the introduction to the initial dissertation project, that philosophy, which had become a closed totality, must also turn outward again, toward the world. This transition is now conceived as a transition from discipline to freedom and is provided with an extraordinarily bold, not to say foolhardy generalization. It is a psychological law that the theoretical mind, once liberated in itself, turns into practical energy, and, leaving the shadowy empire of Amenthus as will turns itself against the reality of the world existing without it. But what leads to this practical energy? But the practice of philosophy is itself theoretical. It is the critique that measures the individual existence by the essence, the particular reality by the idea. Many interpreters heard the voice of Bruno Bauer in this. Bauer had written to Marx, "Theory is now the strongest praxis, and we cannot at all predict in what great sense it will become practical." However, this sentence stems from Bauer's letter of March 31, 1841, when Marx had probably long since written his footnote. Above all, Bauer speaks of now being when this is the case, whereas Marx speaks in a generalizing way of the practice of philosophy and adds, but this immediate realization of philosophy is in its deepest essence afflicted with contradictions. So Marx does not speak of his own praxis, his own dealings with philosophy, as Bauer does. Marx is still describing the activity of the theoretical mind, once liberated in itself. And here he sees the contradiction in the turn to the world that makes philosophical reflection impossible. As the world becomes philosophical, philosophy also becomes worldly, that its realization is also its loss, that what it struggles against on the outside is its own inner deficiency. But this contradiction is only the objective side of the matter, it also has a subjective side. For the intellectual carriers, the individual self-consciousness of the process applies, their liberation of the world from unphilosophy is at the same time their own liberation from the philosophy. Marx sees this duality of philosophical self-consciousness at work in two sides utterly opposed to each other, the liberal party on one side and positive philosophy on the other. The act of the first side is critique, hence precisely that turning toward the outside of philosophy, the act of the second is the attempt to philosophize, hence the turning in toward itself of philosophy. This second side knows that the inadequacy is immanent in philosophy, while the first understands it as inadequacy of the world which has to be made philosophical. In juxtaposing the liberal party and positive philosophy, Marx refers to the development of post-Hegelian philosophy. In this respect, it's remarkable that he does not get involved with the distinction between left and right Hegelians introduced by Strauss in his Streichschriften from 1837, nor with the one arising in the dispute between Leo and Ruge between old and young Hegelians. In the 1830s and 1840s in Germany, liberal was synonymous with opposition against the authoritarian state and with the demand for a constitution and parliament. When Marx speaks here of the liberal party, he doesn't just have the young Hegelian authors in mind, which is assumed in a large part of the literature. These young Hegelians are certainly also meant, but Marx sorts them into a broader spectrum. It's possible that he regarded the division into old and young Hegelians as suspect, since people like Michelet and Rosenkranz stood on the liberal side. Marx probably saw as representatives of positive philosophy those groups that Michelet, in his History of the Last Systems, described as pseudo-Hegelians, alongside Franz von Bader, who developed a strongly religious philosophy, are primarily the speculative theists such as Christian Hermann Weiss, Immanuel Fichte, and Carl Philipp Fischer, who partially referred to Hegel, but mainly wanted to go beyond him theologically. In his presentation, Michelet emphasizes that they connected to positive revelation and sought a positive surplus with regard to Hegel. Feuerbach had subjected this current to a devastating critique with his article Toward a Critique of Positive Philosophy, while at the same time introducing the term positive philosophy. 256 As already noted in this chapter, Marx had engaged in greater detail with at least Fischer. Marx criticized both parties, regarding them as standing in a sort of mirror-image relationship to each other, with both misunderstanding their own actions. Each of these parties does exactly what the other one wants to do and what it itself does not want to do. What does that mean? The liberal party that wishes to turn toward the world clings to philosophy, it continues to philosophize, even when referring to the world, that is, to political conditions. Positive philosophy, in contrast, which wished to philosophize, lost philosophy, and not to theology, but rather according to the accusation Feuerbach made of it to the madness of religious fanaticism, which regards itself alone as being in possession of the only true God, the only beatifying idea. For Marx, this results in a qualitative difference between the two parties. The first, however, is, despite its inner contradiction, conscious of both its principle in general and its goal. In the second party the inversion, we may well say the madness, appears as such. As to the content, only the liberal party achieves real progress, because it is the party of the concept. If we regard the young Hegelians, as expounded upon in this chapter, not as a school but rather as a current initially emanating from Hegel that radicalized itself both philosophically and politically, then dissolved in the 1840s before it was able to form its own paradigm, then Bauer and Marx undoubtedly belonged to this current in 1841. But if we apply a narrower concept of young Hegelianism, it becomes difficult to classify Marx as part of it. In any case, it's remarkable that in his analysis of the political philosophical conflicts, Marx does not count himself on the young Hegelian side. Bauer's statements in his correspondence with Marx also match this distance. Arnold Ruge is regarded with a certain sympathy, but a considerable measure of critique already resonates in his and Bauer's plans to found their own journal. That idea expressed the fact that the Hallesjahrbucher were no longer enough for Bauer and Marx, and if the new journal would have succeeded, that would have been a serious blow for Ruge. In the literature, the question has been much discussed whether Marx borrowed his concept of self-consciousness from Bauer or whether there were already initial differences between them. 257 What seems more fundamental, however, is the question of what made the concept of self-consciousness so attractive for both Bauer and Marx. In the late 1830s, Hegel's philosophy was regarded by many young Hegelians as, on the one hand, too self-contained, not open enough to new, above all political, dynamics, and, on the other, a surplus of the general was seen in it. The subjective individual played a subordinate role. Despite all critique, however, Hegel's philosophy was not to be discarded, it still served as a guideline. The concept of self-consciousness, which was part of the debate in any event, due to the dispute over Hegel's philosophy of religion, appeared to offer a way out. It displaced absolute spirit, with its theological ambiguities, from its central position and enabled the individual to understand, but not as a mere individual, but rather as an individual to the extent that it shared in the universal, as explicated by Bauer in the first volume of his text on the Synoptics. In that regard, the philosophy of self-consciousness was, in 1840-41, at least not a regression into Fichte's philosophy of the I, but rather an initial attempt at post-Hegelian enlightenment. What drove history was not the movement of an abstract universal reason, its motor was transferred directly to human beings themselves. The pathos of Marx's foreword to the dissertation, the reference to Prometheus, and the demand to recognize self-consciousness as the highest divinity make clear what a radical step he saw in this reference to human beings by means of self-consciousness. However, the human being grasped in terms of the concept of self-consciousness still remained largely abstract. Self-consciousness was merely the first step in this post-Hegelian enlightenment. In the next volume, we will see how Feuerbach, Stirner, and finally Marx and Engels would proceed further in this direction and accuse each other of still remaining imprisoned in abstract philosophy. Why Jena? Marx had studied since 1836 in Berlin, but he submitted his dissertation to the University of Jena, which he had never attended and which he also did not visit for the doctoral exam procedure. Marx earned his doctorate in absentia. There are no statements about the reasons that led him to do so, we are forced to rely upon conjecture. On the basis of the preface being dated March 1841, we can assume that Marx had finished his dissertation in March of 1841 or shortly before. Whether he had attempted to obtain his doctorate in Berlin is not known. If he had attempted it, he must have known that he had been exmatriculated on December 3, 1840. This emerges from the university registry. Marx had enrolled at the University of Berlin in October of 1836 and according to university statutes academic citizenship ended after 4 years unless one applied for an extension, which Marx had obviously not done. Marx was probably not aware that he had been exmatriculated for many months in March of 1841. However, this exmatriculation was not a problem. In exchange for paying a fee of $5 total, he could have re-enrolled. A doctorate in Berlin would have been possible. It has been speculated repeatedly that Marx did not wish to obtain his doctorate in Berlin because, after the royal succession, Hegelianism was no longer well received in Prussia and Marx would have encountered professors who would have been hostile to a dissertation with an orientation to Hegel. This deliberation is not very convincing. In the spring of 1841, nothing had changed as far as the composition of the Faculty of Philosophy, and Marx could have stuck to Gabler, Hegel's successor, which Bruno Bauer had already recommended to him in March of 1840. Furthermore, Marx had not yet emerged publicly, his doctorate would not have been a political issue attracting greater attention. What appears more plausible than these political considerations are the purely practical reasons that spoke for Jena and against Berlin. In Jena, the doctoral tuition fees were considerably lower than in Berlin, and Marx had little money. Further, there were the exam conditions in Berlin. Marx would have had to translate his dissertation into Latin. The oral examination would have been conducted at least partially in Latin and would have required some preparation time. After Marx had finished his dissertation considerably later than planned, he probably did not want to wait even longer for the exam. His family and Jenny also appear to have grown impatient. Bruno Bauer's remark in a letter from March 31, 1841, hints at that, if only I could be in Trier to present the matter to your people. That Marx was primarily concerned with a speedy conclusion to the process also emerges in a letter to Oscar Ludwig Bernhard Wolff, who taught contemporary literature in Jena. Marx requested that he should ask for a quick transmission of the doctoral diploma. 258. One could obtain a doctorate at the philosophical faculty of the University of Jena, as one could at a few other German universities, without an oral examination in absentia. However, this obtained in Jena merely for the title of Doctor of Philosophy, and not for the more highly rated title of a Doctor of Philosophy and Master of the Liberal Arts for which Marx had apparently striven. See the communication from the Dean, Bachmann, from April 13, 1841. The in absentia doctorate was originally conceived for candidates who were already working or had already submitted a scholarly work and wished to retroactively obtain a doctor title. When, toward the end of the 18th century, smaller universities experienced financial difficulties, in absentia doctorates increasingly became a source of income for professors. Apart from a few celebrities at the major universities, most professors received a relatively small salary. They were therefore reliant upon lecture fees paid by their students, who were not numerous at small universities, and upon the doctoral fees. However, cases of abuse also increased with in absentia doctorates, so that over the course of the 19th century, mistrust of this type of doctorate increased and it was gradually abolished. With regard to the duration of the process, Marx would not be disappointed. On April 6, he sent his dissertation along with cover letter, certificates, and curriculum vitae to the dean of the philosophical faculty, Karl Friedrich Bachmann, and his doctoral diploma was issued on April 15. On April 13, Bachmann had written to his faculty colleagues that in Herr Karl Heinrich Marx from Trier he was presenting a very worthy candidate. His work testified to intelligence and perspicacity as much as to erudition, for which reason I regard the candidate as preeminently worthy. Through their signatures, his colleagues immediately declared their approval of the doctorate, so that Bachmann was able to record a fiat promotio for Marx on the same day in the dean's registry. Among the faculty were, among others, the historian Heinrich Leyden, whose work of history Marx had studied in 1837, as well as Jacob Friedrich Fries, who 20 years before had contributed strongly to the then emerging folkish antisemitism and was a declared opponent of Hegel's philosophy. It's improbable that the members of the faculty had subjected Marx's work to a thorough examination on April 13, more likely they relied upon the dean's judgment. However, it's quite possible that a member of the faculty took Marx's dissertation home for closer study and did not give it back, which would explain its absence from the university records. Possible candidates in particular would be the two representatives of classical philology, Ferdinand Gotthelf and Heinrich Karl Abraham Eichstätt, and maybe the philosopher Ernst Christian Gottlieb Reinhold. Probably the only one who looked at the dissertation in detail was the dean, Bachmann. He had emerged a few years earlier as a vehement critic of Hegel. Ludwig Feuerbach had confronted him in a detailed review. We do not know whether Bachmann noticed the Hegelian references of the dissertation, since he made no statements on the substance of the work. However, Schmid points out that Bachmann's evaluation eminently worthy was extraordinarily good. Other dissertations from the summer semester of 1841 were accepted with evaluations such as meets requirements or worthy. One may assume that in examining the dissertation, Bachmann primarily made sure that the faculty would not discredit itself by accepting an obviously inadequate work. Even a superficial review would reveal rather quickly that this would not be the case with Marx's work, that it was based on a detailed study of the sources and an original argument. To conclude from the merely superficial examination of Marx's dissertation that it was of low quality, as for example Rask suggests, is an obvious logical error. It's possible that a bad work could be accepted in the case of a superficial examination, but it in no way follows that every superficially examined work must therefore have been bad. The doctoral diploma written in Latin that Marx received is a nice example of late feudal, hierarchical presentation. The invocation of God is followed in decreasing type size by the names of Emperor Ferdinand I, who in 1557 granted the privilege of founding a university, the current Grand Duke of Saxony, Weimar and Eisenach, Karl Friedrich, who formerly functioned as the Rector Magnificentissimus of the university, the Praerector Magnificus Ernst Reinhold, and the Dean of the Faculty of Philosophy, Karl Friedrich Bachmann, whereby the last two were listed with all academic titles and memberships in scholarly societies. Finally, and in the smallest type, there followed the name of the doctoral recipient. 259. Marx probably didn't care what the diploma looked like. He had finally finished his studies. A good month after he had received his diploma, he departed Berlin at the end of May 1841 for Trier. 260. Appendix. How is biographical writing possible today? On the methodology of a Marx biography. The life of a person is something different than a biography written by that person or by somebody else. A biography is only capable of conveying an incomplete picture of a life, since the available sources are more or less fragmentary. Biographical presentation is never independent of the interests of the author, his or her personal views, and views conditioned by the times in which the author lives. And beyond that, what one expects of a biography, what counts as a good or adequate biography, has changed again and again. Therefore, the question of how biographical writing is possible and meaningful today is anything but trivial. Critique of traditional biography. In 1930, Siegfried Kracauer characterized what was then a boom period of biographical writing as a new bourgeois art form. He considered it as an expression of the flight of the bourgeoisie from the dissolution of the supposedly autonomous individual and the fracture points in the social system. Although this dissolution led in literature to the crisis of the novel, a place of retreat for the articulation of the individual was found in biography, since here, the objectivity of representation appeared to be guaranteed by the historical importance of what was represented. Nonetheless, for Kracauer, the end of biographical writing had not been reached. In the essay, he highlighted Trotsky's biographical work, which, unlike the flood of fashionable biographies, was not concerned with evading knowledge of the contemporary situation, but rather with revealing it. A few years later, Kracauer himself presented a biography that went far beyond a mere description of a life, Jacques Offenbach and the Paris of his time, a work he introduced in the preface as a social biography. What Kracauer had in view with his critique was the surge of biographical belles lettres. This kind of writing still enjoys uninterrupted popularity today. With more or less substantiated knowledge of the person being portrayed and his or her era, and enriched with a few psychological schemata, an image is crafted that usually claims to reveal the essence of the subject as well as the reasons for his success or failure. The available sources are usually used very selectively, and the image presented, whether positive or negative, is not called into question by contradictory material. The sources used are eagerly supplemented by the empathy of the writers and the writer's ability to put themselves in the place of the person being portrayed. Not infrequently, the subject's inner life is described in such detail and in such a lively manner, it was as if the biographer had conducted conversations with the person lasting hours. Correspondingly, many of the statements of such biographies are simply not verifiable. Often, because the presentation is supposed to be reader-friendly, readers are spared exact references to sources, and the literature used is merely named in a literature list. One can no longer distinguish between what results from the compassion of the biographer and from a plausible or less plausible interpretation of the sources. The following is not concerned with belles lettres forms of biographical writing, but rather with scholarly biographies. Biography has existed as a literary genre since antiquity. Scholarly biography based upon documented and critically evaluated sources first took shape at the beginning of the 19th century. Whereas in antiquity and the Middle Ages, biographies were primarily collections of the deeds of the person portrayed, whereby sources were dealt with rather uncritically. This changed during the period of the Enlightenment. Alongside deeds, the inner development of the person also entered the picture. The question was pursued as to which personal qualities made these deeds possible. Goethe went a step further by conceiving of the developmental history of the person not only as something internal, but as historically conditioned. As he wrote in the preface to his autobiographical reflections, Poetry and Truth, he described the main object of biography, to exhibit the man in relation to the features of his time, and to show to what extent they have opposed or favored his progress, what view of mankind and the world he has formed from them, and how far he himself, if an artist, poet, or author, may externally reflect them. From this dependence upon temporal conditions, Goethe concludes that any person born 10 years earlier or later would have been quite a different being, both as regards his own culture and his influence on others. The beginning of scholarly biography coincided in Germany with the rise of those historical scientific tendencies that are referred to collectively as historicism. It was assumed that human actions were determined by ideas accepted or posited by individuals. Ideas were regarded as the driving force of historical development. Within this framework, an outstanding role was played by those great men who, according to a famous statement by the historian Heinrich von Treitschke, made history one. Thus the biographies of these men acquired an important value, since they served to understand the efficacy of the central ideas that determined the actions of these great historical personages. Wilhelm Dilthey, who strove for a systematic justification of the humanities based on historicism, gave biography a central position for historical knowledge. He saw the fundamental cell of history in the course of a life. He formulated a hermeneutic requirement for biographers, to relieve the ideas and impetuses of the subject by empathizing, and therefore to understand what an individual could do for himself, reflect upon the course of his own life, understand his own realization of purposes from which his life course emerges was to be transferred to another course of life. Biography then would emerge as a literary form of understanding other lives. A large part of the biographical literature of the 20th century was characterized by such notions, though this was not always clear to individual biographers. This also applies to the biographies of the labor movement beginning in the early 20th century. The Marx biography by Franz Mehring and Gustav Mayer's two-volume biography of Engels contrasted the greats of bourgeois history writing with the greats of the labor movement, and made use of methodological instruments similar to those of bourgeois historians. Traditional biography experienced a fundamental critique in the 20th century, fed by various sources. In France, in the historical sciences, the Annales school established itself in the 1930s, which not only turned toward economic and social history and worked with quantitative methods, but also directed its interest toward long-term developmental processes. Against such a background, biographies strongly declined in significance. After the Second World War, a similar development became evident in West Germany. The understanding of history there, which for a long time had been oriented toward historicism, was called into question by conceptions oriented toward structural and social history. In contrast to the determining role of great historical personalities, the importance of structural factors was stressed. Programmatically, history was conceived in the Bielefeld school founded by Hans Ulrich Weller as historical social science. Instead of assuming that individuals autonomously give meaning to their activity, the dependence of individuals upon their social environment was given primacy. Thus, the importance of biographical research was also called into question. Biographies were still published, but they could no longer claim a central role for historical knowledge. Starting in the 1970s in West Germany, a crisis of biography was diagnosed alongside the crisis of historical science. In the German Democratic Republic as well, the biographical genre was long regarded with skepticism, since not individuals, but rather classes, were viewed as the bearers of the historical process. Within Marxism-Leninism, social structure and the individual were frequently juxtaposed in an unmediated way. On the one hand, a strong structural determinism was promoted under the label historical materialism, which hardly allowed room for individual activity beyond the collective subjects of class and party. On the other hand, the founding fathers Marx, Engels, and Lenin were regarded as preeminent shining lights, whose individual genius ultimately outshone all social conditionality. A real mediation of conditioning social structures and individual thought and action was only achieved insufficiently in the depiction of these shining lights, as well as their political opponents. Jean-Paul Sartre criticized the rhetorical mediation of social relations with the life and thought of thinkers and artists within Marxism, and with his 5-volume biography of the young Flaubert, opposed it with an admittedly in terms of scope extreme alternative. The wide-ranging double biography of Marx and Engels presented by Cornu constituted an important exception, but no one attempted to continue it. Parallel to the tendencies critical of biography within the field of history, within literary studies a debate about the death of the author arose following works by Roland Barthes and Michel Foucault. If in structuralist and post-structuralist perspectives, authors no longer played a special role in the understanding of a particular work, then this also meant that important insights could no longer be expected from biography. Most provocative was the fundamental critique of the possibility of biographical writing formulated in 1986 by Pierre Bourdieu in his essay The Biographical Illusion. He criticized both talk of a subject that is held together by anything more than a proper name, as well as talk of a life story, and concluded, trying to understand a life as a unique and self-sufficient series of successive events, and without ties other than the association to a subject whose constancy is probably just that of a proper name, is nearly as absurd as trying to make sense out of a subway route without taking into account the network structure, that is, the matrix of objective relations between the different stations. With Bourdieu's contribution, the fundamental critique of scholarly biography reached its climax, but also its end. It could not be overlooked that the ignorance of that matrix of objective relations alleged by Bourdieu was an immense exaggeration. Many years earlier, Goethe had referred to that matrix in the preface to Poetry and Truth quoted above when he placed the person in relation to the features of his time. In a similar manner, Dilthey explained that the task of the biographer was to understand the productive nexus through which an individual is determined by his milieu and reacts to it. The question now was, in what manner were the individual and those objective relations of the features of his time and productive nexus mediated with one another? The debate concerning new biography. In the German discussions, there was increasing dissatisfaction with the manner of writing history aligned merely with structural theory or quantitative statistics. Just as unsatisfactory was the reduction of human behavior to the operation of certain factors and social situations. Furthermore, new research directions formed, such as writing the history of everyday life, which, inter alia, turned to the biography of ordinary people. Overall, biography attained a higher status, but now as a socio-historically and epistemologically reflective enterprise that explicitly set itself apart from traditional, historicist biography. Jacques-Élie Goff noted a similar development in France, and in the GDR, the publication of the first volume of Ernst Engelberg's biography of Bismarck marked the new status of biography. In the debates conducted since, traditional biography was accused of proceeding in an unreflective manner based on a set of problematic assumptions. 1. The individual portrayed is conceived of as a self-contained self, as a homo clausus that gives meaning to his actions in an autonomous process. 2. 2. The biographer achieves understanding of this process of giving meaning through empathy and re-experience. 3. The form of presentation, mostly following the style of realist narration of the 19th century, assumes, with its stringent development, a coherence and not infrequently a teleology to the course of a life, which is created by the act of narration, instead of being a depiction of real life. 4. The biographer takes the position of an omniscient narrator who recognizes the truth and wishes to present it, but does not possess any specific interests and perspectives that would have an effect upon the presentation. Against this, it was argued that biography enlightened by social science and communication theory must proceed from fundamentally different assumptions. 1. The individual should not be conceived as a self-contained, autonomous subject, rather the subject should be brought back into society, considered in its social relations. 2. Giving meaning is not the autonomous act of an individual, but rather the result of a process of communication. Not empathy and re-experience, but rather the exact analysis of the conditions of this communication process will lead to the understanding of this meaning. 3. The presentation should not, by means of form, assume a coherence and teleology regarding the course of a life. Room for maneuver that can be exploited in different ways and, above all, the ruptures of a life, should be placed front and center. 4. The biographer writes from a specific perspective and, in that a process of selection and ordering has taken place according to this perspective, has a share in the construction of what is presented. Before I take up these objections in the next point and discuss their significance for a biography of Marx, the response by representatives of a more traditional way of doing biography must be addressed. These anti-critiques weren't just formulated in various contributions. The comprehensive study by Olaf Hannah of the historical development of biography can be read as an implicit defense of at least a part of historicist biography. Point 3. Hannah distinguishes in the case of historical biography between a syntagmatic biography, in which the effect of a person upon his or her historical environment stands in the foreground, and a paradigmatic biography, in which a person stands as an example for the conditions of the time. With this distinction, the different intentions of biographies are accounted for, but here we can ask to what extent such a distinction can be maintained, since the conditions of the time are also reflected in the well-known person. Hannah divides the biography of German historicism into 3 phases that generated 3 specific types of biography. Hannah locates an idealist historicism in the first half of the 19th century. He refers to it as idealist on the basis of the influence of the idealist philosophy of history. History is grasped as the effect of driving intellectual forces. Johann Gustav Droysen, who studied under Hegel, draws from this the conclusion that the development of the person depicted should be largely ignored, for one thing because the historian lacks the competence, and for another because that isn't the point. What is decisive for the historian is not how specific notions developed within the individual, but rather how the individual became active proceeding from these ideas and influenced the course of history. Leopold von Ranke also saw the individual as a sort of executor of great historical ideas. However, more than Droysen, he emphasized the individual power and original contribution of the individual, and thus developed a stronger interest in the individual's educational history. The personal is not important for its own sake, but rather as a moment of history. Out of scattered statements by Ranke, Hannah reconstructs a blueprint of an integrative historical biography. It has 2 prehistories to narrate, namely the development of the individual, called biographical prehistory in the following, and the development of general historical relations. Both prehistories converge upon the point where individual force meets the global relation and the individual carries out historically significant behavior for the first time. Here, both independent magnitudes grow together to a certain extent and biography expands into history, in that with the historically eminent activity of the individual and general history is narrated at the same time. Hannah locates the second phase between the revolutions of 1848–49 and the founding of the German Empire, the phase of political historicism. An important part of German historical scholarship became political and dedicated itself to Prussia's German calling, that is, a unification of Germany led by Prussia. Treitschke and, in turn, Droysen belonged to the representatives of this current. Biographies now had an immediate political purpose. They were to present the people portrayed as moral and political role models who did the right thing in critical situations. With this new orientation toward character, interest in the subject's individual development also increased. With the founding of the empire in 1871, the aims of political historicism had been fulfilled. It was now superfluous and, according to Heinrich, made a place for a scientific historicism that conducted fundamental controversies concerning the character of science. Among other things, a central role for historical science was attributed to understanding, contrasting it to the causal explanation of the natural sciences. In this phase, biography was not just central to writing history. Now, according to Heinrich, an integrative historical biography had finally developed. Both the general course of history was taken into consideration, often leading to far-reaching monographical insertions, as well as the individual aspect, which occurred by means of empathetic understanding. Dilthey placed the latter at the center of his considerations mentioned above. Heinrich's presentation makes clear that he also sees in the fully developed integrative historical biography an ideal form that is still valid today. Dilthey's ideas, which came in for particularly fierce criticism in the newer debates, were explicitly defended by Hans Christoph Krauss. The notion that Dilthey and traditional biography had proceeded from the assumption of a homo clauseus was, according to Krauss, a completely overdrawn caricature. Beyond such considerations, Krauss argued that the new biography does not contain much that is new. Dilthey also examined the interaction between the person portrayed and the social environment. What was problematic was merely a tendency to cover up ruptures in the history of a life, as suggested by Dilthey's concept of the life course. Hagiographic tendencies were to be rejected. Krauss then names multiple requirements for a modern political biography. First, it must place the individual life within the respective nexuses, both the social impressions upon the individual as well as the repercussions of his or her actions must be grasped. Second, the individually shaped way of life must be reconstructed and analyzed. Third, in addition to the connecting threads, the ruptures of the course of a life must be analyzed, self-stylizations and historical legends must be uncovered. Fourth, a political biography especially must be concerned with the precise investigation of the respective historical political scopes for action, motives and guiding interests must be ordered within the nexus of the historical process. With Krauss's contribution, the phase of vehement debates appears to have come to an end. Since then, synth essays dominate the debate, which amount to listing numerous aspects to be considered. The contributions of Ulrich and Lassig also align with this synthesizing trend, attempting to summarize in a few points what constitutes a good biography. Whereas in Krauss's case an objectivist point of view of the person portrayed is still predominant, Ulrich and Lassig go beyond that. Both emphasize that the history of the tradition and reception of the person portrayed must be taken into consideration, and that the perspective of the biographer must be made clear. This at least recognizes that access to the person being dealt with is not independent of the history of their transmission and certainly not independent of the interests and perspectives of the writer. Point 4. Consequences for a biography of Marx. From the debates outlined here, considerations can be developed on all four levels referred to above, those that are relevant for biographical writing and in particular for a biography of Marx. Person and society. Dilthey emphasized that the course of a life is a nexus in which the individual receives influences from the historical world and in turn exerts an influence upon it, and that the task of the biographer is to understand this nexus. Even if the homo clauseus that Dilthey's conception is accused of is an exaggeration, two fundamental objections to Dilthey's views are appropriate. First, the channels of influence upon the individual and the individual's influence upon society are for Dilthey primarily mental. He emphasizes religion, art, the state, and science. But what constitutes a person begins in childhood, and does not proceed over purely cognitive paths. Family relationships, school experiences, and experiences in the social space play an equally important role. For a Marx biography, this means that it's not enough to take the respective political and economic situation as a background in order to then consider the intellectual influences from philosophy, economics, and political theory and specify how these influences were implemented in his own theoretical thinking and practical activity. The respective conditions of life must be considered in a comprehensive sense in order to get an idea of how social and cognitive experiences can be processed, what is socially shaped, and how and to what extent an individual self-will could be and was developed at all. The process of the constitution of the person addressed should not be mixed up with a deep psychological character study. Quite apart from the internal problems of psychoanalytical theory formation, its transhistorical application is not self-evident. There are a few interesting attempts, such as Erik Erikson's examination of the identity crisis of the young Martin Luther. In the case of Karl Marx as well, the personal crisis of the year 1837 perhaps could be understood as such an identity crisis. However, we know far too few details of the circumstances of Marx's life and early personality development to make such an assumption with any degree of certainty. An initial and to some extent careful attempt to integrate an in-depth psychological analysis into his biography of Marx was undertaken by Otto Ruhl, who had been strongly influenced by the work of Alfred Adler. But here it was soon shown how much such an enterprise is forced to rely upon mere speculation, not knowing many details of Marx's early life. A downright dissuasive example of psychological interpretation is Künzli's psychography of Karl Marx. Rather hastily, Künzli formulates theses on Marx's psyche, but instead of then attempting to present sound evidence for these theses, he repeatedly works with suggestive questions of the type, can we really imagine that this occurrence had no influence? What is initially formulated as an assumption based on such a question then emerges in the next chapter as an established fact, which becomes the basis for further assumptions, which are then soon also treated as facts. In a similar manner, wild speculations are piled upon each other by Pilgrim. Ziegel argues more carefully in his search for Marx's fate. In contrast, Andreas Wildt's attempt to determine Marx's personality from the imagery of the letter to his father from 1837 and the early poems says more about the powers of association of the author than about Marx. Second, without further problematization, Dilthey separates the historical world on one side from the individual on the other and lets both act and react upon each other. But relations aren't that clear, a mutual process of constitution takes place. The historical world contributes essentially to what constitutes the individual, who can only experience this constitution in actions, communications, and relations, whereby it also affects the historical world. This means that acting and reacting occur simultaneously in most cases, albeit with different degrees of consequences at different times. In many biographies, however, this acting upon the individual and the individual's reaction in society are temporally separated. In other words, the person is formed by external influences, then this finished person reacts in the external world and experiences success or setbacks. In the case of Honegger, this separation is even elevated to a structural principle of biography. Following the biographical prehistory comes the point of integration, that is, the point at which the individual's effect upon the historical process begins. The question is what provides the standard by which this point of integration is determined. In Honegger's case, it appears to be the public perception of the person portrayed, which does not necessarily mean contemporary perception, but later perception on the basis of the consequences of the person portrayed having come to light. In Sperber's Marx biography, this point appears to have come in 1848. According to the table of contents, the shaping lasts until 1847, the struggle starts in 1848, without, however, any attempt by Sperber to justify the dates of this distinction. If one has even a rough overview of the course of Marx's life, it quickly becomes clear that it's difficult to determine such a point of integration. In Marx's case, starting with his work on the Reinigungszeitung to the Neue Reinigungszeitung up to his de facto leadership of the First International, there is a continuous increase in public perception and efficacy, which is repeatedly interrupted by periods of public indifference. His most famous works today, the Communist Manifesto of 1848 and the first volume of Capital published in 1867, were hardly noticed at the time of publication. Their reception comes later. Marx became really well known in Europe in 1871 through the Civil War in France, his analysis of the Paris Commune. Thus, with Marx, we not only have the problem of determining an exact point of integration in the historical process, we have the problem of knowing when the shaping of his person was concluded. With the end of his studies in Berlin? Or after the ban of the Reinigungszeitung and Marx's attempt in Kreuznach to understand the failure of his earlier political concepts? With the exile in Paris and Brussels and the role Marx strove for and achieved in the Communist League? Or was this shaping accomplished in the early 1850s, when Marx processed the defeat of the revolutions of 1848–49, took leave from the exile cliques, and it dawned on him how much research he'd need to do to write a critique of political economy? The conditions of Marx's life, as well as the possibilities for his political and scientific intervention, had changed radically multiple times during his life. Marx reacted with an enormous willingness to learn and call into question the views he had gained so far. The shaping of the person and impact upon the social process can be neither temporally separated in Marx's case nor limited to specific periods of time. That which we usually attempt to hold onto as a person is neither a simple, clearly delineated entity nor a mere illusion, it is the continuous result of a network of effects. These effects are not only changeable in time, they are at least in part the result of the actions of the person being considered. The impact of these effects constituting the person may decrease over time in the case of many people, so that we get the impression that the shaping of the person is concluded at a certain point. Whether and to what extent this process finds a conclusion should be an element of research and not merely an assumption by the biographer. Perhaps Marx the person proves to be a constant and unfinished process of constitution. Life and work, meanings, and scopes of action. Over the last 150 years, Marx has been one of the most politically influential figures worldwide. He achieved this influence not through his role in struggles on the barricades or by captivating speeches. He obtained his influence primarily through his writings, having an impact both during his lifetime and after. For this reason, it's questionable when most biographies of Marx address his work superficially. The content of this work had a decisive importance for Marx's life. Often, new insights contributed to alienating Marx from old friends while he sought new alliances. Without studying the development of his work, many aspects of Marx's life cannot be understood. Conversely, the constantly occurring interruptions and new approaches in his work cannot be completely understood without the turns in the course of Marx's life. In examining both activity as well as the results of the theoretical work, it must be kept in mind that its meaning is not determined solely by the actor or writer, but is the result of a common, social process of action and communication. Consideration of the work can therefore not be limited to recounting important results or stating the contents. It must be concerned with the production process as well as the intended and actual effect of this work. But the effect of that time has to be distinguished from that of today. Some of today's most famous works by Marx were first published decades after his death, whereas many of his journalistic works, some of which made huge waves, are barely known today. And some texts published during his lifetime, such as the Communist Manifesto or the 18th Brumaire, remained largely unknown for several years. If we consider the influence of Marx's texts, a distinction emphasized by the British historian Quintin Skinner proves useful. Contrary to traditional conceptions, Skinner did not see in the classical works of political philosophy contributions concerning fundamental political ideas, but rather saw interventions in specific political conflicts and debates, which have to be reconstructed. Skinner, therefore, distinguishes between the semantic meaning of a text, that is, the content of a text, its central statements, and the text as a speech act, that is, the text as a maneuver within a specific situation. Skinner emphasizes that what is important is not only what is said, but how it is acted out in saying it. Marx's works are also interventions in specific conflicts and problem situations and must be analyzed as such. However, one must go beyond Skinner's orientation toward the intention of the author. Skinner recognizes that a complex political or socio-theoretical text usually contains more levels of semantic meaning than intended by the author. But in the case of the speech act, he maintains that the intention of the author is the decisive factor. It is precisely within the context of a biography that the intention of the person portrayed, to the extent that this intention can in fact be ascertained, constitutes an extremely important factor, but what is unintentional, at the levels of both the semantic and the speech act, cannot be disregarded. It's also problematic that Skinner does not wish to concede any meaning to the works considered beyond the intentions of the author. Any statement is inescapably the embodiment of a particular intention on a particular occasion, addressed to the solution of a particular problem, and is thus specific to its context in a way that it can only be naive to try to transcend. The classic texts are concerned with their own questions and not with ours. Skinner's critique of a completely timeless conception of political philosophy is certainly justified. However, the fact that a text was written within a specific situation is not sufficient justification for the claim that this text cannot still reach beyond the situation of its emergence. That's especially the case when, as in the case of Marx, the basic conditions under which the text arose are not so fundamentally different from our current conditions. Even if all of Marx's texts stand within the disputes of their time, sometimes quite directly as polemical interventions, other times rather indirectly, the extent they reach beyond this context must be examined. However, the intentionality that Skinner stresses, to the extent that it can be ascertained, must be considered more critically than he does. In his investigation of the archaeology of knowledge, Michel Foucault highlighted that the objects of science are not given by themselves, rather, they are discursively formed. The intention to say this or that occurs within an already existing discursive formation that not only affects the objects but the concepts, the modalities of expressions, and the strategies in the choice of theoretical entry points. These formations, even if they are initially given, are not immutable. In further studies, Foucault examined the relation between knowledge, truth, and power, the politics of truth, which is concerned with the truth of individual statements, but also with the alteration of the fixed discursively as well as non-discursively, in institutions and practices orders of the production of truth. With this, a framework is defined that is not always obvious, within which every intentionality occurs. In order to analyze Marx's actions and works as interventions, it's necessary to examine the social and political conditions, the respective possibilities of articulation and their regulation, the horizon of meaning of actors, and the available scopes of action. In doing so, apparently self-evident matters have to be looked at the time, what was a newspaper or a party? Each intervention also has to be seen in its totality. Belonging to a text is not only its content, but also its style, its rhetoric, whereby one must distinguish what is temporal and what Marx's specific share is. Meanings, horizons of meaning, and scopes of action that we think we spot in earlier situations are due to a contemporary perspective. However, this can differ considerably from earlier perspectives. For example, the perspective Marx had of Hegel's philosophy in the year 1840 or of political economy in 1845 is a completely different one from our perspective today. We not only know how far philosophical and economic theoretical thought has developed, but today, on the basis of more textual evidence, we know more details about the formation of the philosophical and economic theories of Marx's time than he did. And last but not least, our own perspective is influenced by the knowledge of Marx's further development and his engagement with philosophy and economics. So we have to distinguish between that which we know today about Hegel or Ricardo and that which Marx knew or was able to know. Where Marx's perspective is not immediately given to us, what constituted the semantics of philosophy, economics, communism, etc. for Marx must be worked out first. Form of presentation, ruptures, and contingencies of the life story. A chronologically oriented presentation always runs the danger of being read as a novel of personal development, interrupted by inserted analyses of social and discursive conditions. Understood as a novel of personal development, the presentation quickly acquires a teleological tendency. The factual course of events appears more or less inevitable, what happens, had to happen. That history is an open process applies not only to large-scale history but to individual life stories. Instead of narrating history as a constantly progressing maturation and convergence upon a goal, we must first determine the contingencies and ruptures due to external conditions as well as options for action to be used in different ways. A special variant of the teleological presentation consists in seeking early reasons for later developments. The insinuation is made that only one possibility for development was given. Thus Neff believes that Marx had already received a mission for life in Trier and that a decisive setting of the course had occurred in Berlin. Marx ran into Hegel's philosophy and, Neff continues, without Hegel, no Marx. However, in the case of Marx, there was not only his reception of Hegel in Berlin but his critique of Hegel in the mid-1840s and a renewed, differently positioned reception of Hegel at the end of the 1850s. Marx's relationship to Hegel was not fixed by his first encounter with Hegel's philosophy, nor was his further development. But the teleological danger doesn't just exist with regard to Marx, it also exists for the depiction of the side figures, the friends and adversaries of Marx. In the case of friends who then became adversaries, their history is often told backwards. The friendship is given little space, the break and its reasons are emphasized, frequently only from Marx's perspective. Marx's later perspective is thus superimposed upon the entire depiction of the corresponding figure. Why Bruno Bauer was Marx's closest friend over several years or why Marx initially held Proudhon in high esteem, for example, cannot be made clear by such an approach. Furthermore, it's important not just to consider what we know but also what we don't know. In some places, more exact knowledge is missing not only concerning Marx's drives and apprehensions, but what he did, when, and where. Even when such non-knowledge isn't replaced by biographical fictions, mentioned in the introduction, when it's simply passed over, it allows the presentation to appear more coherent and complete than it actually is. For that reason, not only knowledge, but also non-knowledge must be clearly emphasized. Historical exactness and the perspectivist character of every biography. The importance of working precisely with sources was stressed in the introduction. What is gathered from sources should be clearly distinguished from the conjectures of the biographer. What a source says might be disputed in an individual case, but then it is necessary to disclose this dispute. However, what is not such a dispute is, for example, the question of whether a certain name is mentioned in a letter, or whether the biographer merely supposes that in the case of a specific statement it must be an allusion to a certain person. Such distinctions must be made clear in the presentation. Even if one deals meticulously with the sources and the presentation dispenses with all biographical fictions, an unambiguous, objective depiction of the person does not result. In writing a biography, one must select from the available sources, and the selected material must be evaluated and arranged. Some connections are emphasized, while others are placed in the background. Through that, every biography acquires a constructive character dependent upon the perspective of the biographer. This standpoint cannot be reduced to the consciously taken political perspective. If this is unambiguous and leads to a positive or negative exaggeration of the person portrayed, which is the case for many Marx biographies, then this is relatively easy to perceive through the reading. If one takes to hand the Marx biography of the British historian Edward Hallett Carr, Karl Marx, A Study in Fanaticism, the title itself makes clear what one can expect. 5 It's more difficult when preferences are not so openly bared, when positive, as well as negative, praise and critique slip into the narrative. Then a balance and objectivity is suggested to readers that allows them to accept the judgment of the biographer, since they do not notice that it is a judgment. In addition to the consciously adopted perspective of the biographer, there is also a situational historical perspective. Every biography is written during a certain time period, when certain historical experiences have taken place, for example, the rise and fall of the Soviet Union. This temporal situation will lead to different ways of processing it. For example, the question of whether the Soviet Union rightly or wrongly invoked Marx is answered differently with the existence of the history of the Soviet Union. A completely different experiential space is available in the year 2018 than, for example, in the year 1918, when Franz Mehring's Marx biography was published. The perspective consciously adopted by the biographer is overlaid by a perspective that owes its existence to the processing of the respective historical situation, and which the biographer is frequently not aware of to the same extent. Other plausibilities are present, other questions become important, other connections are established. But the perspectivist dependence of the presentation does not just relate to the person portrayed. When one asks about the relationship of the young Marx to Hegel's philosophy or romantic poetry, one must take into consideration that the philosophy of Hegel or romantic poetry are by no means given quantities. A 200-year-old history of reception enters into our contemporary notions about Hegel or Romanticism and yields not just differing, but in part opposed, conceptions about Hegel and Romanticism. Whether Romanticism is understood as a conservative, anti-Enlightenment tendency or a partially progressive one, whether Hegel is regarded as a conservative philosopher glorifying Prussia or as someone who defended liberal values and whose philosophy contained a subversive potential with regard to the Prussian state, all of this has considerable influence on any discussion of the relationship between Marx and Romanticism or the philosophy of Hegel. Marx biographers usually do not reflect upon the fact that their evaluations are not self-evident but rather the result of a specific processing of the history of tradition and reception. For that reason, in a few passages I briefly outline the history of the reception of important works or tendencies. What is said here about biography, that it's not the objective reproduction of a given occurrence but rather a perspectivist depiction, is valid for historical topics in general, and was also reflected upon in the field of history in its critical engagement with historicism, which largely still assumed the possibility of such an objective presentation. Perhaps the most radical position was advanced by Hayden White, who understood the writing of history to be an essentially poetic act. What the historian presents as explanation is determined primarily by his narrative strategy, which White decodes using poetic categories, such as romance, tragedy, comedy, and satire. It should not be disputed that narrative strategies play a role to varying extents, among the different authors, and in the corresponding passages, I will engage with White's conceptions of Hegel and Marx in this regard. The statement, however, that historical explanations at their core can be reduced to such narrative structures no doubt overextends the argument. A more appropriate understanding of the unavoidable perspectivity of historical depiction is provided by the considerations that Hans-Georg Gadamer places at the center of his theory of understanding in Truth and Method. Against Schleiermacher and Dilthey, Gadamer emphasizes that underlying our understanding is not direct access to a text, but rather that every act of understanding is inserted into an event of tradition. The interpreter always has a prior understanding of the object that emerges from the transmission. In his dispute with Habermas, Gadamer vehemently opposed the allegation that he understood transmission as purely cultural. It seems altogether absurd that the concrete factors of work and dominance should be seen as lying outside the scope of hermeneutics. What else are the prejudices with which hermeneutical reflection concerns itself? Where else shall they originate if not in work and dominance? Understanding for Gadamer is not merely retracing an already existing meaning, but the shaping of a meaning. This shaping is not to be mistaken for capriciousness or arbitrariness. The anticipation of meaning that governs our understanding of a text is not an act of subjectivity, but proceeds from the commonality that binds us to the tradition. But neither the commonality nor the tradition is something static, or a given. This commonality is constantly being formed in our relation to tradition. Tradition is not simply a permanent precondition, rather, we produce it ourselves inasmuch as we understand, participate in the evolution of tradition, and hence further determine it ourselves. We cannot leap out of the event of transmission, but we transform it, thus creating new conditions under which future acts of understanding occur. Point 6. Completely independent of whether new material that could be relevant for the biography of Karl Marx is found, the unavoidable perspectivity of depiction and the never-ending history of reception and tradition ensures that there can never be such a thing as a final Marx biography. Every generation will develop a new perspective on the life and work of Marx under historically changed circumstances, which will then lead to a new Marx biography.